30. Elders, welcome, Leia said, bowing. She stepped away from the door and waved her Ithorian guest into the Rhizode room. With a costly rue-wood serenity table surrounded by extravagant flow-fit armchairs, the chamber was a conspicuous departure from the sparse decor of the rest of the Jedi Academy. Being the designated receiving area of an institute that cordially discouraged visitors, it was also one of the least used rooms in the facility, and one that reflected the sensibilities of its Reconstruction Authority builders far more than it did those of the Order itself. "I hope you'll forgive this room," Leia said as the Ithorians filed into the foyer. "It's the best I could do under the circumstances." Uwamu Wayobi, the eldest of the Ithorian elders, politely swung his ocular nodes around the room, his small eyes blinking gently as they observed the automated beverage dispensers, the state-of-the-art holotheater, the transparent steel viewing wall that overlooked the Academy's training grounds, and low-slung instruction halls. "Your presence would make any room pleasant, Princess Leia." Wayobi spoke out of only one of the mouths on his throat, a reflection of the poor medical care aboard the Ithorian refugee cities. "But we thank you for your concern." "And thank you for coming to Ossus." Leia could barely contain the excitement she felt, nor her fear that the Ithorians might balk at settling outside the Galactic Alliance. "I know it was an unexpected journey, but Han and I must return to the unknown regions as soon as the Falcon is ready, and there is something I wanted to discuss." Leia let her sentence trail off as a pair of black-clad Galactic Alliance bodyguards stepped into the foyer behind the Ithorians. The two women were not armed. Only Jedi were permitted to carry weapons on Ossus, but their sinewy builds and supple grace suggested they did not need to be. Leia's hand dropped to her lightsaber, and she slipped between Wayobi and another Ithorian elder to confront the newcomers. "May I help you?" "Yes." The first woman's cobalt eyes darted past Leia, scanning all corners of the chamber. "You can clear the room." As the first woman spoke, the second was slipping past behind her, waving the feathery antennae of a threat scanner at various pieces of furniture and artwork. Leia glanced toward Han, but he was already placing himself squarely in the bodyguard's path, studying the scanner with feigned interest. "Is that one of those new Tendrando arms multi-sniffers Lando was telling me about?" Han pushed his head between the delicate antennae, pretending he wanted to see the display, and ruining the instrument's calibration. "I've heard they can smell a gram of thermoboom at 50 meters. Leia waited until the first bodyguard finally stopped looking past her, then said, "I'll be happy to clear the room when our meeting is finished. Until then, feel free to wait in the reception." "We have no time to wait." Cal Omas entered the room, wearing a rumpled travel tunic as red as the veins in his bloodshot eyes. "This matter has taken too much of my time already." "Chief Omas!" Leia's diplomatic skills must have been degenerating from disuse, for she could not quite conceal her shock. "What a surprise to see you here." "I imagine." Omas started for the beverage station, walking straight past the Ithorian delegation and failing to acknowledge them. "Where is Luke?" "I really don't know." Leia began to fume at the way he had slighted her guests. "Chief Omas, allow me to present Uwamu Wayobi of the Council of Ithorian Elders. We were about to begin a meeting for which they have traveled a long distance on short notice." Taking the hint, Omas set aside the glass of Blago juice he had been filling and returned to the Ithorians. "Elder Wayobi, a pleasure to see you again." He bowed formally to Wayobi, then greeted each of the other Ithorians by name, stumbling only when he came to the young Jedi liaison, Yuuzhan Vong War. For a moment, Leia was impressed enough to recall why she had helped elect Cal Omas to the chief's office in the first place. Then Omas returned to the beverage station. "Forgive me for pushing in like this." He retrieved his Blago juice and took a sip. "But I've asked the senior Jedi to meet me here to discuss a matter of vital importance." "I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed," Luke said. He entered the room with Mara and, pausing to bow to the Ithorians, approached the chief of state. "Most senior Jedi aren't available. Perhaps if there had been more notice." "If you hadn't been hiding here on Ossus, perhaps I would have been able to provide it." Omas gave Luke an icy stare. "As it is, you will have to do. Aristocra Formby is demanding to know why the Galactic Alliance has sent a battle fleet to the colony." "Have we?" Luke's gaze remained fixed on Omas, but Leia felt his mind reaching in her direction, wondering what this had to do with her vague warning about the shift of power in the colony. "I wasn't aware of that." "Neither was I," Omas fumed. "Yet a Hapan battle fleet was seen at some place called the Lizzle Nest." "In the colony?" Corran Horn asked, stepping into the room. "What's it doing there?" "I was hoping someone here could explain." Omas's gaze swung to Leia. "Perhaps you?" "I'm afraid not." Leia had been half expecting this. In the convoluted politics of the Hapan Royal Navy, there was sure to be some ambitious spy who saw an advantage in reporting the fleet's encounter with the Falcon to the Galactic Alliance intelligence. They were in no mood to answer questions. Who was in no mood to answer questions? Kip asked, joining the group. He nodded to the Ithorians. From him, the equivalent of a full diplomatic salutation, then ignored Omas and came to stand with Leia and Han. "The Hapans?" "Yeah," Han said. "They wanted to intern us." "Intern you?" Omas knitted his brow. "You encountered this fleet." Leia began to have a sinking feeling. "You didn't know?" "No." Omas's voice was icy. "I apologize," Leia said. "We gave our word not to reveal their presence." "And you kept it?" Omas demanded. "Some of us still honor our promises," Han said. "I know it's old-fashioned, but there you have it. The Galactic Alliance can't afford your promises right now," Omas retorted. "I only hope they haven't started a war." "Leia had no choice," Luke said. "The word of one Jedi to another is binding." Omas let his chin drop. "Don't tell me there were Jedi aboard those ships." "It was Tenel Ka's fleet, and she is a Jedi," Mara said. "Leia's word is as binding to Tenel Ka's agent as it would be to the Queen herself." The assertion was a stretch, since being honest with other Jedi was more of an unwritten policy than a formal code, and the concept of extending it to a Jedi's representatives was a new innovation entirely, but Leia appreciated the support. She started toward the conference area, initiating a subtle migration that she hoped would result in a shift of mood as well as location. Once she arrived, she turned and watched in silent amusement as Omas instinctively searched for the head seat of the round table. Now would have been a good time to ask the Ithorians to wait in the reception area, but she was not about to sanction the rude way Omas had burst into the chamber. If he did not want to discuss this in front of the Ithorians, he could be the one who asked them to leave. "If you didn't know about our encounter with the fleet, Chief Omas, why did you think Han and I could tell you what it was doing in the colony?" Leia asked. "Because of your son." Omas finally took a chair across from her, his gaze lingering on the concentric black circle, white star inlay, that repeated itself on the table's surface in even smaller renditions. "I thought Jason might have told you why he arranged this." "Jason?" Han asked. He sat at Leia's right. "Last time I checked, he wasn't king of anything. No, but Tenel Ka dispatched the Hapen fleet shortly after his visit. Omos waited as Luke, Mara, and the other Jedi Masters also took seats at the conference table, allowing his gaze to linger on the Ithorians, then finally seemed to accept that the Jedi were not going to ask them to leave, and simply turned back to the conference table. I doubt it was a coincidence. It wasn't, Jason said, breezing into the room. I asked her to send a fleet to the colony's aid. Omos twisted around in his chair. Why in the blazes would you do something like that? Instead of answering, Jason stopped and greeted the Ithorians fondly, addressing several by name, then excused himself to go over to the conference area. The Ithorians, as perceptive as they were gentle, remained in the foyer area, awkwardly greeting Kent Hamner, Silgal, and the other Jedi Masters as they continued to trickle in. Jason took a chair at Omos's side, then said, I am a Jedi. All you need to know is that my reasons were sound. The calming aroma of the rue wood must have been working, because Omos remained in his seat and looked across the table toward Luke. I didn't realize Jason was a master. The opinions of all Jedi are valued in this room, even those who don't consider themselves members of the Jedi Order. Luke looked to Jason. Perhaps you'd explain to the Masters present? If you like. Jason's tone was cordial. I was trying to prevent a war. Prevent one? Omos demanded. The Chiss understand only power, Jason interrupted. And now the Killiks have some. The Hapen fleet will buy us the time we need to resolve the conflict. At the Galactic Alliance's expense, Omos said. The Chiss are already threatening to withdraw their security patrols if we don't bring our Jedi under control. Mara's eyes, and those of several other masters, flashed at the word our, but Omos did not seem to notice. He turned back to Luke. And that's exactly what I want you to do, Master Skywalker. By force, if necessary. I want all of our Jedi and the Hapen fleet back inside Galactic Alliance borders by this time next month. Wouldn't it be better for you to talk to Queen Tenel Ka? Leia asked. She is, after all, the leader of a Galactic Alliance republic. And a Jedi, Omos countered. He lowered his eyes, then continued in a softer voice. Frankly, she refuses to listen to me. She insists she is only doing what is right, and the discussion ends there. And perhaps ours should end here, Kip said. He sat at Leia's left, looking across to where Luke sat at one tip of the conference table's largest inlaid stars. Jedi don't answer to politicians. What? This was from Corrin, who sat at the other side of Kip. Then who do we answer to? Ourselves? Of course, Jason replied calmly. Who else can we trust to wield our power? We must follow our own consciences. That's very arrogant, Kent Hamner said. He placed his hands on the table and leaned forward, looking Jason directly in the eye. It concerns me to hear any Jedi say such a thing. But you, Jason. It is sound public policy to place powerful factions like the Jedi under the control of a civil authority. Leia kept her voice reasonable and conciliatory. Whether Jason knew it or not, he was dragging an old wound among the Masters, and she did not want the meeting to descend into another of the shouting matches that Luke had described over the Jedi's proper relationship to the government. Even in those with the best intentions, power corrupts. And so we place the burden of remaining pure on lesser shoulders? Jason pressed. Mother, you've watched two governments collapse under the weight of their own corruption and inefficiency, and the third is sagging. Do you really believe Jedi should be the tools of such frail institutions? Leia was at a loss to respond. Jason's question was almost rhetorical. He had been there when she declared that she was done with politics forever and he knew better than anyone, probably even Han, how disheartened she had been by the ineptitude of the New Republic government. In truth, she almost agreed with what he was saying, and probably would have done so openly, had she known of a better way to run a galactic republic. When Leia failed to answer, Jason turned to Omos, who was flushing in speechless anger, and said, "I'm sorry if this offends you." "It offends me," Corran said. "The Jedi exist to serve the Galactic Alliance. Our duty is to the Force." Kip's voice was calmer than Corran's, but harder. "Our only duty." Kent Hamner held out his hand toward Kip, fingers forward, in conciliatory fashion. "I think what Corran is saying is that it's our duty to serve the Galactic Alliance, because serving the Alliance serves the Force." "That's so?" Han asked. He usually avoided ethics debates like the black holes they were in, but this time he could not restrain himself. "Because Corran made it pretty clear he thought the Jedi were just a bunch of Reconstruction Authority cops who ought to take their orders from Chief Omos like everyone else." He winked at Jason, which was exactly the wrong thing to do at that moment. Corran glared blaster bolts at Han. "I think we are answerable to Galactic Alliance authority, yes." "Even if it means war in another part of the galaxy?" Mara retorted. "Because Jason's right about this. The Force extends beyond the Galactic Alliance, and so does our responsibility." "Then let the rest of the galaxy pay your bills," Omos snapped. "Until that happens, I expect the Jedi to put Galactic Alliance interest first." A sudden silence fell over the conference table, with Corran and Kent casting accusatory glances at Kip and Mara studying Omos with knowing sneers. After a moment, Luke said, "When the Alliance offered its support, it was with the explicit understanding that there were no conditions." "In an ideal galaxy, that would be true," Omos said. He met Luke's gaze without flinching, and with no regret or embarrassment for breaking his pledge. "But the Galactic Alliance finances are stretched thin as it is. If we must suddenly replace the Chiss security patrols, the only way to afford the cost would be to slash the Jedi budget." Kip planted his elbows on a wedge of black tabletop and ran his gaze around the circle of masters. "Well, at least the question is out in the open now. Are we mercenaries or are we Jedi?" Corran's eyes bulged, and the debate deteriorated into an open quarrel, with Corran and Kent still arguing fiercely that the Order's first obligation was to the Galactic Alliance, and Kip and Mara stubbornly contending that Jedi should strive to bring justice and peace wherever the Force summons them. Cringing at what the Ithorians must think of such a contentious display, Leia glanced over at the foyer area and found them standing there in polite silence, as overlooked and forgotten by the Jedi as they had been by the Galactic Alliance government for the last 5 years. And that was when the terrible thought struck her. Leia had a solution to the colony problem, a solution that meant cheating the Ithorians yet again. The Master's voices were growing sharp and loud, but Leia remained quiet. Her plan would please Omos more than it did her, and that in itself was almost enough to make her reject it. Once, she had held the chief in high regard and helped place the war against the Yuuzhan Vong in his hands. But peace was often harder to manage than war. Over the last 5 years, Omos had made too many compromises, bowed to the demands of the moment so many times that he could no longer hold his head up high enough to see what was coming on the horizon. And if Leia proposed her solution, she would be guilty of the same thing. She didn't know if she could do that, if peace would be worth seeing the defeated eyes of Cal Omos in her own face when she looked into the mirror every morning. Finally, Luke had heard enough. "Stop!" When Kip and Corran continued to argue, he stood and sharpened his voice without raising it. "Stop!" he repeated. Kip and Corrin slowly fell silent. Is this how Jedi resolve their disagreements? He asked. Both of the masters' faces went red with embarrassment, and Corrin said, I'm sorry. He was apologizing to Luke instead of Kip, but that was more than Kip did. He simply sank into his chair and, being careful to avoid Corrin's eyes, stared blankly at the table's star within a star inlay. Too bad, Han muttered. I haven't seen a good lightsaber fight in ages. Leia was about to kick Han under the table when he exclaimed, Ouch! Sorry. Mara looked past Han to Leia. Just stretching. No problem, Leia said. Han's joke was too true to be funny. The rift in the Jedi Order had been widened today, and she was beginning to wonder if it could ever be closed. I was feeling a little cramped myself. Luke allowed a tense silence to fall over the room, then sat down and turned to Omos. It may take some time to reach a consensus on your request, Chief Omos. As you can see, our decision is complicated by the fact that the Chiss are acting against the Killiks, not because of what they have done, but because of what they might do. Omos nodded gravely, his irresolute gaze gliding around the table, silently taking the measure of the Jedi who had defied him, trying to judge the resolve of those who had not. Finally, he came to Luke and stopped. Master Skywalker, I quite simply do not care. The Chiss's trouble with the colony is no concern of ours. We can't put Galactic Alliance lives at risk just because a few Jedi bound by quaint morality no one else understands. Cam Saluzar and Tion arrived on the heels of the exchange. It had been over a year since Leia had seen either of them, but they looked much the same. Cam still wearing his white hair cropped close to the head, and Tion allowing her silver-white tresses to cascade over her shoulders. They had barely cleared the door before they drew up short, recoiling from the animosity in the Force with the horrified expressions of someone who had just stumbled upon a pair of mating Togorians. Leia had not realized until she saw their alarm just how noxious the atmosphere in the room had grown. The rift in the council was widening before her eyes, opening a chasm that would only grow increasingly difficult for prideful masters like Kip and Corrin to cross. Assuming that her idea was viable, and she felt sure it was, she had it in her power to close that rift at the price of her own conscience. Cam and Tion took seats next to each other, on the opposite side of Silgal from Luke. We were just discussing the situation at Koribu, Luke said to them. Chief Omos has informed us that Tenel Ka has dispatched a Hapen battle fleet to aid the colony. Tion's pearlescent eyes grew wide. That doesn't sound good. It gets worse, Corrin said, scowling at Jason. A Jedi is responsible. He followed his conscience, Kip said, which is more than I can say for half. Actually, Leia said, cutting off Kip's insult before he could finish it, there may be a way for the Jedi to stop the war and earn the trust of the Chiss. Han groaned, but everyone else turned to her with a mixture of relief and expectation in their eyes. Han and I discovered, sweetheart. Han grabbed her forearm. Can I talk to you for a minute? That did not please Omos. Captain Solo, if you have discovered something useful to the Galactic Alliance... Excuse me, Chief. Leia spun her chair around, placing her back to the table, then waited as Han did the same. Yes, dear? Han's eyes bulged. What in the blazes are you doing? Stopping a war, Leia whispered, knowing Han would only grow stubborn if he realized how much this was going to hurt her. She tried to hide her dismay. Saving billions of lives, keeping the council together, preserving the Galactic Alliance, that sort of thing. Yeah, I know. Han jerked a thumb toward the Ithorians. What about them? That world we found was perfect. And it's perfect for the Killiks too. She had a familiar queasiness inside, a heavy feeling that used to come whenever she was forced to make an unfair choice as the New Republic chief of state. We'll take care of the Ithorians another way. How? Ask Omos to give him a planet? No, make him. She turned around and smiled across the table at Omos. On the way home, Han and I discovered a small group of uninhabited planets. Leia waited for a murmur of surprise to fade, then said, I think they might make a good home for the Caribou nests. A wave of disappointment filled the Force, and Leia could not help looking past Omos into the foyer. The Ithorians were all staring silently in her direction, their eyes half closed in resignation, or perhaps it was sorrow. Still, when Leia met Waobi's gaze, he merely tightened his lips and gave her an approving nod. No Ithorian would want to live on a world that had been bought with someone else's blood. Leia directed her attention to Luke. I propose that we move the Caribou nests to these planets. How? Jason asked. There are 4 nests in the system, each with at least 20,000 killiks. And you don't just move a killik nest. You have to rebuild it inside a ship, lay in stores. I'm sure Tenel Ka will instruct her fleet to help with that, Leia said. In fact, I'm rather counting on it. Jason's jaw fell. Then he closed his mouth and nodded. That could work. And it will look as though it's what the Jedi intended all along, Omos added. Brilliant. You're sure about this planet? Luke asked Leia. It's completely deserted. We should stop on the way back to the colony and do a thorough sector scan. Leia glanced at Han, who nodded, then added, But I'm sure. The astrobiology there is unique. Well then. Luke glanced around the circle, seeking and receiving an affirmative nod from each of the council members. We have reached an agreement. The bitterness began to fade from the Force, and the tension drained from the faces of the masters. We'd better prepare to deal with the Dark Nest, Mara said. It might not like this idea. Dark Nest? Omos asked. The Gorog Nest, Luke explained. The colony seems completely unaware of it, so we've started calling it the Dark Nest. It's attacked us several times, Mara said. Why? Omos asked. Mara hesitated, clearly unwilling to tell the chief about the nest's personal vendetta against her. So Leia answered, We're not sure. The nest doesn't seem to want us involved with the colony, so it's a good bet it will try to stop us. Maybe the Dark Nest wants war, Jason suggested. It sounds like the colony was pushing up against Ascendancy territory even before their own worlds began to grow scarce. There must be a reason. I don't understand, Omos said. I thought you persuaded Tenel Ka to send her fleet because the colony was trying to avoid a war. The colony is, Silgal said, but the Dark Nest may have its own reasons to want a war, Leia said. She did not want to complicate Omos's view of the issue with a lengthy explanation of the colony's unconscious motivations, or give him reason to doubt the Jedi's ability to resolve the crisis. There's a bit of a, power struggle going on inside the colony. Isn't there always? Omos said, nodding sagely. Power struggles were something that every government official understood well. He turned to Luke. Is this going to be a problem for us? Only finding it, Mara said. The Gorog are pretty secretive. So far, we've seen them on Yagoi and Tat, but we have no idea. Not a problem, Han interrupted. I can find their nest. I don't know that's even possible, Silgal said. The Gorog social structure might be quite different from other nests. They may have parasite cells hidden among all the other. I can find them. At least the, heart. Han said, following Leia's lead in not mentioning Lomi and Welk by name. Trust me. Fine. Luke turned to Chief Omos and added, but we'll have to take along a Jedi team large enough to neutralize the nest. The Chiss will be alarmed, and nothing you say is going to reassure them. They'll be reassured when the Killiks leave Koribu. I'll handle them until then. Just don't take too long. Omos braced his hands on the table and rose. Speaking of which, I'll be on my way. Not so fast, Chief, Han said. We haven't told you what this is going to cost. Cost? Omos looked to Luke, who merely shrugged and directed the chief back to Han. Of course, the Galactic Alliance will be more than happy to compensate you for any expenses the Falcon incurred. We're talking a lot more than that. Han pointed to Omos's chair, motioning him back down. You see, Leia and I had something in mind for that group of planets, and we're not about to give that up just because you're afraid of what the Chiss think. Omos scowled. I'm sorry. I don't understand what you're saying. Borau, Leia said. We want you to annul Replanet Hab's claim in our favor. You see, we were there first, and they kinda claim jumped us, Han said. I've been scorching my jets ever since. You want me to give you a planet, Omos gasped. In the inner rim. Not us. Leia pointed over Omos's shoulder toward the Ithorians. Our clients. Omos spun in his chair slowly and faced the Ithorians, who were looking considerably less glum. I see, he said. If the decision were mine alone. Han, do you remember the coordinates of the new planet group? Leia asked. We were having that trouble with the Navicomputer, and I'm not sure we made a backup of I'll see what I can do, Omos said, rising again. But you understand, I can't just do this. The Recovery Act is law. I'll have to push a special exception through. Then I suggest you hurry, Corran said, leaning back in his chair. The Koribu problem is time-sensitive, and I'm sure the Solos will want this matter resolved before they leave. That's quite impossible, Omos said. When Corran merely shrugged, Omos turned to Kent, who suddenly seemed far more interested in the training fields outside than in the Chief of State. Omos sighed, then said, But I can block Replanet Hab's claim. He turned to the Ithorians and added, It may take a month or it may take 10, but I'll push this through. By this time next year, you'll have a planet of your own again. I give you my word as Chief of State. That's not much, Han said, also rising, but it'll have to do. To the contrary, Captain Solo. Wayobi started forward, holding out his long-fingered hand to shake Omos's and accept the promise. It's more than we have now. Thank you. Wayobi's courtesy should have made Leia feel better, but it did not. Instead, she felt sad and sickened and a little bit soiled by the trade-off she had been forced to make. Like it or not, she was suddenly back in politics. 31. A weight lay across Jaina's chest, and the inside of one ear was being warmed by a soft, pulsing growl. The dormitory air was filled with a comforting melange of refreshing soap and body smells from a dozen different species. But the predominant odor, familiar and musky and strongest, was human. Male human. Zek. Jaina reached down and felt his arm across her and his leg a bit lower, then slowly turned her head. Through a lingering fog of membrosia excess, she saw the familiar chiseled features surrounded by a frame of shaggy black hair. Thankfully, he was still clothed. The previous night came flooding back to her. Unu's arrival at Julio, the dance of union, the Tat drifting off into the harem cave, the joiners leaving in 2s and 3s and 4s, her hand in Zek's. Zek's green eyes opened, and the smile on his face was replaced by a confused squint. He blinked 2 or 3 times, then glanced at the lightly clothed female body over which he draped himself and raised his brow. Jaina sensed a distinct click in the back of his mind. His eyes slid away from hers, and she felt his emotions swinging from disbelief to bewilderment to guilt. Well, Jaina said, hoping to set a casual tone. Interesting night. Yeah. Zek pulled his arm and leg off her body. I thought it was a dream. Jaina cocked her brow. You're saying it wasn't? Zek's eyes widened. No, it was fun. Great even. It didn't feel real. Zek let the sentence trail off, sharing his thoughts and emotions with Jaina directly via the meld. Or perhaps it was the tat mind. Instead of trying to explain, he had loved her since they were teenagers, and he had imagined waking at her side countless times. But last night had not felt like them. They had been carried along a wave of Killick emotion. He had sought her out in the rapture of the dance, even when he knew she did not share his feelings, and found himself leading her down into the dormitory with all the joiners. Zek, we didn't do anything, Jaina said. She could have answered him more quickly and clearly just by thinking, but right now she needed the sense of separation that came with speaking, even if it was an illusion. It was just a little cuddling between friends. You have a problem with that? No, Zek said. I just feel like I took advantage. Jaina clasped his forearm. You didn't. She was genuinely touched by his concern, and truly relieved that it had been handsome, muscular, familiar Zek who had taken her hand instead of Raynar. We lost control for a minute, but we got it back. I'm just glad Alima went home with Mom and Dad. Zek remained quiet. Jaina propped herself up on an elbow. Hey! She punched him in the shoulder. I know what you're thinking. Sorry. Zek blushed and turned away, and Jaina felt him closing down emotionally. Zek, you can't do that, she said. They had to keep the meld open between them, to constantly draw on each other's strength and resolve to remain their own little entity within the greater Tat mind. And will you stop apologizing? Jaina rolled her eyes and reached for her jumpsuit. I think I'm getting dressed now. She sat up and, sensing someone behind her, pivoted to find Raynar on the busy walkway at the head of their sunken bed, dressed in scarlet and gold and surrounded by his usual retinue of assorted Killicks. He was squatting on his haunches, staring down into the hexagonal sleeping cell with no discernible expression on his melted face. A sense of overwhelming awe arose inside Jaina, Tat's reaction to Unu Thul's presence, and she felt her mouth broadening into an adoring grin. She managed to wipe it away by reminding herself that this used to be Raynar Thul. Raynar, good morning. Jaina pushed her feet into the jumpsuit and continued to dress without embarrassment. There wasn't much sense in being modest when several thousand nestmates had access to your innermost thoughts. Come down to see how the drones live. Raynar lowered his stiff brow. Why do you call us Raynar when you know Raynar Thul is gone? Raynar's still in there somewhere. I can feel him. Raynar glared down at her, then said, Perhaps you are right. Perhaps a little Raynar Thul remains in us still. A glimmer of sadness appeared in his cold blue eyes. And he will be sorry to see you go. Jaina felt Zek's alarm at the same time as her own. Go? Your task is done. Really? Jaina thrust her arm through a sleeve. I hadn't heard the Chiss were gone. As she said this, the image of a Clawcraft reconnaissance patrol appeared in her mind, the scene being relayed to one of the tactical monitors in the TAT control room. The ships were silhouetted against Ru's amber disk, flying just above the plane of Koribu's golden ring system. It looks like they're still here to me. Zek said, no doubt seeing the same thing in his mind's eye as Jaina did in hers. So why would the colony want us to leave now? We wish you to return to the Galactic Alliance, Raynar said, dodging the question. What about our mission? Jaina rose and closed her jumpsuit. You brought us here to keep the peace. Raynar stood. Your starfighters are being fueled. We thank you for coming. You seem eager to be rid of us, Zek said, zipping his own suit. What's going on? It's the Chiss. Jaina could not tell whether her inference came from her own mind, Zek's, or Tat's, but she knew it was correct. They're going to attack. A short, very Raynar-like sigh escaped Raynar's lips. There's nothing more you can do here, and we don't wish to involve Jedi in this fight. There isn't going to be a fight, Zek said. Jaina and I will turn them back. Not this time. The Chiss intend to bring this to an end, and they won't be intimidated by Jedi tricks. There's no harm in trying. Jaina summoned her utility belt and began to buckle it on. She did not understand why the Chiss were suddenly changing strategy and launching a major assault. But in war, some things you just did not have time to figure out. Where are you expecting them? Zek and I will know. We don't wish to risk the lives of our friends in this matter. What do you think we've been doing? Zek asked, buckling his own belt. We're here to keep the peace, and we're not leaving. There is no longer a peace to keep, and you are leaving. Suddenly, Raynar's voice felt like it weighed 1,000 kilos, and the urge to do as he ordered grew almost overwhelming. There was more going on here than Raynar was telling. Ambush. The thought had barely flashed through Jaina's mind before a tat in Raynar's retinue began to drum its chest. Raynar listened intently, then met Jaina's gaze and shook his head. You have always been too headstrong for your own good, Jaina. Do not try to figure this out, or it won't work, Zek said, leaping to the same conclusion as Jaina. If you destroy the Chiss fleet, the next one will only be bigger. Raynar let his chin drop in another old Raynar gesture. Now you've done it. The urge to depart suddenly vanished. Now you must stay. We weren't leaving without Lobaka anyway. Jaina sounded more certain than she was. Raynar's will had felt like it was more than a match for her stubbornness. And Zek is right. The colony isn't strong enough to destroy the entire Chiss Space Force. That won't be necessary. We only need to hold them until the Hapens arrive. Hapens? Jaina climbed out of the sleeping cell onto the walkway with Raynar, causing a soft clatter as his retinue scrambled to make room for her. What are Hapens doing out here? Defending the weak. Jason convinced Tenel Ka to send us a fleet. At least now Jaina understood why the Chiss were attacking. They wanted to destroy the Caribou nest before reinforcements arrived to complicate the job. Jason convinced Tenel Ka? Or you used Jason to convince her? Jaina was thinking of how Raynar had nearly forced her to leave just a few moments earlier, and of the irresistible call that had summoned her and the others to the colony in the first place. Your touch can be very compelling. Perhaps. But even we are not strong enough to control Jason. He has moved beyond our control, or anyone else's. You know that yourself. Jaina could not argue. During Jason's 5-year journey, she had felt him growing steadily stronger in the Force, but also more distant and isolated, like a hermit retreating to his mountaintop. At times, he had seemed to vanish into the Force entirely, and at other times she had sworn he was floating just above her shoulder. To tell the truth, it had given her the creeps. She had started to feel like she was sharing a twin bond with a different brother every few weeks, or like he was practicing to be dead or something. Jason wouldn't send you a fleet, Zek said. He jumped up onto the adjacent side of the sleeping cell, into the middle of a steady line of joiners streaming past toward the communal refresher. They smoothly detoured down another walkway, and both the conversation and the morning parade continued unabated. That could start a war between the Chiss and the Galactic Alliance. Or prevent one between us and the Chiss. Perhaps he is willing to run the risk. Even solos don't like odds that long, Jaina said. When Chiss feel threatened, they don't back off. They get mean and aggressive. You can't do this, Zek added. What we cannot do is allow the destruction of the Koribu nests. Raynar's retinue abruptly started for the exit, and he turned to follow. Once the ambush begins, you will be free to fight or leave as you wish. Until then, you remain our guests. Jaina started after him. Raynar! When a pair of knobby-shelled bodyguards moved to cut her off, she used the force to shove them into a sleeping cell, then said, This is madness. Raynar continued moving away from her. It is self-defense. Again, his voice grew heavy and commanding, and this time it contained an edge that suggested he would not abide more arguing. You will return to your proper barracks and remain there until the battle begins. Jaina felt an overwhelming urge to obey, but there was a darkness in his tone that alarmed her, a hint of brutality so utterly alien to Raynar Thule that she knew it was not him alone speaking. She planted her feet on the walkway, and drawing on Zek for strength to resist the compulsion to start toward the barracks, touched Raynar in the force. The murky presence inside him was so caustic that she recoiled and would have lost contact had Zek not bolstered her through the meld. Jaina began to feel her way through the bitter darkness, searching for Raynar's pride and idealism, trying to find the core of him that she sensed was still there. They want this war, she said. They're the ones who convinced you to establish your nest so close to Chiss territory. Raynar stopped, but did not turn around. They? Who is they? Your shipmates from the flyer. Zek stepped past Jaina and, shuffling along the walkway, started toward Raynar. Lomi and Welk. Lomi and Welk are dead. Jaina found something pure and compassionate inside the Prime and touched it. Then who attacked the Shadow on her way in? Insect mercenaries hired by the Chiss. Raynar answered instantly. Zek stopped a step behind Raynar. You have proof? We have no time to look for proof. Raynar reluctantly turned around, and his retinue of insects began to file back toward the discussion. We are too busy defending our nests. Jaina sighed inwardly. It was the same circular logic they encountered every time they tried to investigate the mysterious attacks. What about the attack on Saba? Zek pressed. I suppose you're going to tell me she attacked a joiner by mistake, and he took her lightsaber away and wounded her? Yes, that is the best explanation. Jaina tightened her hold on the core of benevolence she had found. Raynar, they're blinding you to the truth. The best explanation we are tired of telling you. The murky presence welled up inside Raynar and swallowed the pure center that Jaina was holding, and she found herself suddenly adrift in a void of biting darkness. Instinctively, she reached for Zek and opened herself to their meld, but instead of his strength, all that came to her was cold, stinging shadow. Raynar Thule is gone, Raynar said. Jaina felt herself turning. She tried to fight the compulsion, to lock her gaze on Raynar and keep it there, but she simply did not have the strength to fight him. She stepped away and started for the barracks. We are all that remains. 32. A long, golden arrow curved through the heart of the hologramic flight control display, tracing the route of the stolen skiff from the repair hangar to its current location on the edge of Ossus's gravity well. The reckless manner in which the skiff had cut through the approach zone of the planet's primary spaceport suggested the pilot had been eager to get away from the Jedi Academy as soon as possible. But Luke had already known that. Escapees like to move fast. 30 seconds before she can jump, a flight controller reported. A large-headed Bith with an auditory data feed in one ear, he was seated at one of a dozen control stations surrounding the hologramic display. She still won't acknowledge our signal. Keep trying, Luke said. He could feel the anxiety of the XJ-3 pilots trailing the skiff, a pair of young Jedi Knights flying their first security rotation. They were worried they would have to blast it out of space. Do we know whether she has company? Not with certainty, said the Bith's supervisor, a blue-skinned Duros woman named Oraim. She stepped to an empty terminal and clacked a few keys. An inset of a repair hangar security vid appeared at the base of the flight control display. But we did find this. The inset showed Alima Rar, striding through a darkened repair bay, 2 cases of food goods floating through the air ahead of her. We think that shadow enhanced the cases, Mara said. Along with Han, Leia, and several others, she had accompanied Luke up from the hangar floor as soon as the stolen skiff had streaked skyward. Bring up the label if you can. The Duros typed a command, and the carton label filled the image. Nutrifit gel meat, Mara read. She's stealing Gorog, Ben cried. The skiff's trajectory began to flatten as Alima prepared to enter hyperspace. The XJ-3 pilots commed for permission to open fire, and Luke reached out to them in the Force, urging them to avoid disabling the vessel. Permission granted, Oraim said over the comm channel. Open fire. The pilots hesitated. But you heard the order, Luke said, still reaching out to the pilots through the Force, urging them to let the skiff go. Open fire. The skiff's trajectory began to weave and wobble as it began evasive maneuvers. She's getting away, Ben cried. Stop her. They have to be careful, Ben, Mara said gently, or they could hurt Gorog. Ben considered this, then sighed and took her hand. Let them go. I don't think Gorog wanted to stay anyway. The skiff's trajectory reached the edge of Ossus's gravity well and vanished. The flight controller reported that the stolen skiff had entered hyperspace. Han let out a sigh of relief. Right on, not now, Luke interrupted, raising his hand to silence Han. He turned to Ben. How did you know Gorog didn't want to stay? Do you still feel her in your mind? Ben closed his eyes, then nodded. Sort of. She wants me to be happy. Luke felt his own dismay mirrored in Mara. If Ben remained in touch with Gorog after she had entered hyperspace, it could only be through the colony's will. He was part joiner. Dark Nest joiner. Mara had reached the same conclusion. Luke could feel her alarm and anger through the Force, and she was as quick as he was to realize that they could not discuss their plans in front of their son. Ben, maybe Nana can take you to the pilot's lounge for some fizzer, Mara said. We have some things to discuss. Then we'll find you there before we leave. Ben made no move toward the door, where Nana and C-3PO were waiting. Luke frowned. Ben, I'm sure you heard your mother. Ben nodded. I heard, but why do I have to stay behind on Ossus? Without waiting for an answer, he turned to Han. Is there going to be another war? Han grimaced, then said, Not if I can help it, kid. And certainly not in this part of the galaxy, Mara added. Why are you worried about that? Because this is what you do when there's a war, Ben said. You just dump me someplace with Masters Tyon and Salazar, and then never even come to visit. The accusation struck a pang in Luke's heart, and he felt Mara wince as well. They often wondered how much Ben's refusal to use the Force had to do with the separation anxiety he had suffered during the war with the Yuuzhan Vong, and Ben knew this particular complaint had an effect on them. Even so, Mara refused to be manipulated by an 8-year-old. "Don't exaggerate, Ben. We had to keep you safe, and you know we came to see you every chance we had. Besides, they won't be gone long this time," Jason said, stepping out from behind Han and Leia. "There isn't going to be a war." Ben frowned. "How do you know that?" "I know." Jason flashed a crooked Solo smile. "Trust me." Luke felt a sudden qualm in Mara, and though her eyes remained fixed on Ben, he sensed that her thoughts were on Jason. "Besides, you're not going to be alone," Jason added. "I'll be here too." "You're not going back?" Ben asked. "Not yet. The Masters are worried that some of us have spent too much time with the Killiks already." "Tell me about it," Ben answered, rolling his eyes. "So maybe you and I can hang out together?" Jason glanced at Mara. "If that's all right with your mother." "Of course." Mara answered with no outward hesitation, but Luke detected just a hint of apprehension, as though she did not quite trust the new and improved Jason. "As long as Master Saluzar thinks Ben is keeping up with his schoolwork, no problem." Ben's smile was as broad as a Hutt's. "School's easy. And as long as you obey Masters Tian and Saluzar," Mara warned Ben. "No secrets with Nana either." "I can't do that anymore. Dad altered her program." "Good." Jason took Ben's hand and started for the door. "Why don't we get that fizzer now?" "Can I have Kilimi?" Ben asked, not looking back. "A blue giant size?" As soon as they were out of earshot, Han said, "Jason has a knack with kids. Go figure." "It's his empathy," Leia said. "I'm glad to see it's intact." Leia left unsaid what Luke knew she was thinking, that after the war, after all Jason had suffered at the hands of Vergere and the Yuuzhan Vong, she was surprised he had any empathy left. Luke turned to Han. "Sorry to interrupt you earlier, but we don't know how much the Dark Nest might be able to glean from Ben's mind." "No problem," Han said. "I got a little carried away when I saw how well the plan was working." "I don't know why you're surprised," Leia said. "Alima is still a Jedi. Once Silgal let her regain consciousness, there was never any question she could escape. The tricky part is going to be following her." "How did you know which vessel she'd steal?" Mara asked. "We didn't. We bugged them all." "Speaking of bugs, we'd better get going," Han said. "That transmitter only has a subspace range of 50 light years. We can't be too far behind when Alima hits colony space, or we'll be stuck guessing where she went." Luke followed Han and the others toward the door. Their intention was to follow Alima to the core of the Dark Nest, then undermine its influence over the colony by eliminating Welk and, assuming she had survived the crash, Lomi Plo. Silgal and Jason were convinced that at least Welk had survived, and that a Dark Jedi now led the Gorog in much the same way Raynar led the Unu. It was a somewhat ruthless plan, especially in the way it placed Alima's life at risk without her consent, but it seemed to Luke to be consistent with the nature of modern Jedi themselves. The war with the Yuuzhan Vong had taught the Jedi the folly of valuing sentiment over effectiveness, the wisdom of striking quickly and fiercely at the heart of a problem. Sometimes, Luke wondered whether it was a lesson the Jedi had learned too well, whether in defeating their enemies, they had not become a little too much like them. At the door, Han ran headlong into a short, gawky man with a heavily tattooed face and unruly blue hair. Without apologizing, or even noticing the collision, the newcomer pushed past Han and stopped in front of Luke. R2-D2 followed close behind. "Here you are," the man said. "I've been looking everywhere." "I don't understand why, Gent," Mara said. "We told you we were leaving on Jedi business." Gent furrowed his brow. "You did?" "Several times." Luke saw Han tapping his wrist impatiently. "And we have to leave soon." "Oh!" Gent's eyes dropped, then slid back toward R2-D2. I guess this can wait. What can wait? Leia asked. Luke had told her about the hollow hidden in the sequestered sector of R2-D2's memory, and she was as eager as he was to learn more about the mysterious woman. Did you find something? Gint shook his head. Just a few seconds of hollow that I managed to relocate before I tripped a security gate. What I wanted to ask was if I could… Hollow of what? Luke asked. A brown-eyed woman? That's right, but it's really not very much. If I can't… Can you show it to us? Leia sounded even more excited than Luke felt. Before we leave? Gint frowned. Of course. An uneasy silence fell as Luke and the others waited. Gint, we want to see the hollow, Mara said. Now. As Luke said, we haven't got much time. Gint's brow rose. Oh. He squatted and inserted the plug of a homemade diagnostic scanner into one of R2-D2's input slots, then hastily typed a command. Show them. R2-D2 piped in objection, and Han groaned and looked at his chrono. Don't make me scramble your sector tables again, Gint warned. This time I won't restore them. R2-D2 let out a long, descending trill, then activated his holoprojector. The hand-sized profile of a small, brown-eyed woman that Luke had seen before appeared on the control room floor. She seemed to be standing alone, facing someone outside the hologram. Has Anakin been to see you? Asked a male voice. Wait a minute, Han said. That guy sounds familiar. He should, Luke replied. The voice was much younger than when they had known him, but there was no mistaking its clarity and resonance. That's Obi-Wan Kenobi. Gint tapped a key on his diagnostic scanner, stopping the hollow. Do you want to see this or not? Of course, we're sorry, Leia said. Please continue. Gint punched the key again, and R2-D2 restarted the hollow from the beginning. Has Anakin been to see you? Obi-Wan's voice asked. Several times. The woman smiled and then said, I was happy to hear that he was accepted on the Jedi Council. I know. Obi-Wan walked into the hologram, wearing a Jedi cloak with the hood down. He was still young, with a light brown beard and an unwrinkled face. He deserves it. He's impatient, strong-willed, very opinionated, but truly gifted. They laughed. Then the woman said, You're not just here to say hello. Something's wrong, isn't it? Obi-Wan's face grew serious. You should be a Jedi, Padme. The name shot an electric bolt of excitement through Luke, and he could sense it had done the same to Leia. You're not very good at hiding your feelings, Padme said. Obi-Wan nodded. It's Anakin. He's becoming moody and detached. His hollow image turned halfway. He's been put in a difficult position as the Chancellor's representative, but I think it's more than that. The image turned back to Padme again. I was hoping he may have talked to you. Padme's expression, at least what could be seen of it in the small hollow image, remained neutral. Why would he talk to me about his work? Obi-Wan studied her for a moment. Neither of you is good at hiding your feelings either. Padme frowned. Don't give me that look. Obi-Wan continued to look at her in the same way. I know how he feels about you. Padme's eyes slid away. What did he say? Nothing. He didn't have to. Padme's face fell, and she turned and walked out of the hologram. I don't know what you're talking about. I know you both too well. Obi-Wan followed her out of the frame. I can see you two are in love. There was no answer. The hologram ended. Luke could see Han biting his tongue, forcing himself to remain patient while the distance grew between them and Alima's skiff. But this was important, at least to him and Leia. That's all? Luke asked. Gint nodded and tapped R2-D2's silver dome. R2's blocking me. When I tripped that security gate, he encrypted the rest of the data. R2-D2 whistled an objection. It's not your place to decide what is good for Master Luke, C-3PO said. You're only a droid. R2-D2 trilled an angry reply. No, I don't know the secret you're keeping. And if I did know, I'd tell Master Luke instantly. R2-D2 responded with a low, slurpy buzz. Luke frowned at the exchange, but turned back to Ghent. Look, we've got about 2 minutes before we have to launch. Is there any way to see the rest now? Without R2's cooperation? Ghent sighed. Sure. He pulled his scanner plug out of R2-D2's input socket. All I have to do is overwrite his personality sectors. The rest of Ghent's explanation was lost to R2-D2's screech of objection. Don't expect me to translate that, C-3PO said. That's what happens to arrogant droids like you. I suggest you extend your cooperation immediately. R2-D2 trilled a sad refusal. Luke glanced at the droid, then asked, I mean without a personality wipe. Not in 2 minutes, and maybe not in this lifetime, Ghent said. This droid hasn't had a memory wipe in decades. His circuits are one huge personality fault. I know that, Luke said. What about the spyware? Ghent looked confused. Spyware? The spyware that's keeping me from accessing those memories. Luke was losing patience with the programmer. The memories concerning the woman we just saw? Oh, that spyware, Ghent said. There isn't any. There isn't? Luke frowned. Then how come R2 won't give me access? Ghent sighed, sounding as exasperated as Luke felt. That's what I'm trying to explain. Maybe you can explain on the way to the pilot's lounge, Mara interrupted. She motioned them out the door. We can finish talking on the way. We've got a Twi'lek to catch, remember? Right. Luke was so excited by the hologram that he had let it overshadow the mission for a moment. Anakin, his father, had been in love with a beautiful woman named Padme, and Padme did not look so different from Leia. Did they finally know their mother's name? He could sense that Leia thought so, but she was too afraid to say as much out loud. So was he. Luke fell in beside Ghent. You were explaining why R2 won't let me access those memories? Because he thinks he's protecting you, Ghent said. He's a very stubborn droid. But you can get around that, right? Leia asked. I've seen you slice codes on units far more sophisticated than R2's. Ghent turned around and looked at Leia as though she had asked for the name of the last girl he had tried to pick up in a cantina. They never told him their name. No, he said. R2 units were designed with military standards. That means their security protocols will destroy the data before they let it fall into unauthorized hands. If you try to force access, a doomsday gate will reformat the entire memory chip. And there's no way to beat that security without wiping R2's memory first? Luke asked. I didn't say that, Ghent said. There's a way, but you'd have to help me, and you probably can't do it. Try us, Han said. Okay. Bring me the Intellects 4 designer's datapad. What for? Because he had to have a way to access the data when his prototypes developed glitches like these, Ghent said. And if he's like most droid brain designers, that hatch became part of the Intellects 4's basic architecture. It's a very complicated computer unit, so there'll be a long list of passwords and encryption keys on that datapad. That shouldn't be too difficult, assuming it wasn't destroyed in a war, Luke said. Who was this designer? Ghent shrugged. Your guess is as good as mine. The R2 was originally an Imperial design, and the Imperial Department of Military Research kept the identities of its top scientists secret. You must be joking, Leia said. You want us to find this guy's datapad without knowing anything about him? It's not quite that bad, Ghent said. Do you remember when Incom's design staff defected to the rebellion with the X-Wing prototypes? Of course, Leia said cautiously. Well, this guy was consulting with them on the R2 interface. And after the defection, Industrial Automation never made another design modification to the Intellects 4. They were afraid to, Han surmised, because this guy was the only one who could do it right, and he had defected with the X-Wing designers. No, not because he had defected, Leia said. She was studying Ghent intently. If he had, we'd know who he was. Right? Right. Ghent said. He just disappeared. Luke had a sinking feeling. When you say disappeared, do you mean nobody knows? Ghent turned to Leia. That's what disappeared means, right? Nobody knows. 33. The sky had been dark for hours beneath clouds of dart ships, roaring into the Tat Nest to refuel and refresh life support systems, roaring back out to await the arrival of the Chiss assault fleet. Jaina had given up trying to estimate how many craft the colony had assembled for the ambush, but the number had to be over 100,000. The Tat hangars alone were servicing 6 swarms an hour, and there were 3 other nests in the Koribu system. It makes us proud, Zek said through the Tat mind. No other species could mount such an operation. The Chiss will be surprised, Jaina agreed. Somewhere deep in her mind, she knew that this was a bad thing, that it would make her mission as a Jedi more difficult, but it did not feel that way to Tat. To Tat, it felt like their nests were finally going to be saved. They will pay a terrible price. Good, Zek said. Good, Jaina agreed. The roar of arriving dark ships faded the mere rumble, and the kilometer-long oval of the top-of-the-line Gallifrey medium freighter descended out of the rocket smoke. The well-manipulated hull was finished in the scarlet and gold flames of the Born Aaron Trading Company, with an escort of corporate E-wings providing security. Jaina wondered what the vessel was doing so far from home, but Tat did not know. Unu wished the nest to welcome roaming Ronto, and so Tat welcomed roaming Ronto. Tat had heard, though, that similar vessels had landed on Ru and Zebo, carrying a big surprise for the Chiss. As the Ronto neared the nest, it adjusted course, heading out over the plateau toward the freight yard, where a swarm of Tat workers were already assembling to unload it. Jaina thought briefly about going to see the cargo, but Unu did not want that. Unu wanted her to enjoy the beauty of the nest from the veranda of the Jedi barracks. That freighter should alarm us, Jaina said to Zek. It can only make war more likely. It's too late to stop the war, Zek replied. But we should try. Jaina started to rise, then suddenly felt too tired and dropped back onto her seat. Maybe later. Yeah, Zek said aloud. We'd rather sit here. There was something wrong with that, Jaina knew. Jedi were supposed to be dauntless, resourceful, and resolute. They were supposed to accomplish the impossible, to keep trying no matter how difficult the mission. They were supposed to have indomitable spirits. Jaina felt a stirring deep inside, in the place that had always belonged to her brother Jason, and she knew he was with her, urging her to fight back, to throw off the lethargy, to break the colony's hold on her and reach for that part of her that was just Jaina. Jaina stood. Where are you going? Zek asked. It doesn't feel like you need the refresher. Get out of my mind, Jaina said. Jason was urging her to remember how Welk and Lomi Plo had tricked the strike team on Banu Ras, how they had stolen the flyer and abandoned Anakin to die. And now Jaina was allowing them to control her mind. Jaina did not understand how that could be. The entire colony knew that Raynar Thul was the only survivor of the crash. But Jason seemed so sure. A black fury rose in Jaina's mind, the same black fury to which she had succumbed when she went to recover Anakin's body. And finally she felt able to act. She wanted to find Welk and kill him. She wanted to find Lomi Plo and make her wish for death. But first, there was duty. To let anger distract her was to let the Dark Jedi win. First, Jaina had to stop the war. Then she could kill Lomi and Welk. Jaina turned toward the hangar. Where are you going? Zek whined from his bench. We can't do anything. It's too late. Jaina opened herself to their meld, then reached out to him and let her anger pour from her heart into his. I won't surrender to them. I'm going to stop this war. Zek's eyes widened, then turned a bright, angry green. He slammed his palms down and pushed himself to his feet. I'm with you, he said, catching up. How are we going to do this? Tell you later, Jaina said. She did not have a plan yet, and she had no intention of developing one until after they were away from the Tat Nest. For now, let's just concentrate on getting to our stealth X's. They stepped into the sweet dampness of the wax-lined access tunnel and started down toward the hangar. As they progressed, Tat began to fill Jaina's mind with doubts about her intentions, to make her wonder if she would really be stopping the war or merely sparing the Chiss a much-deserved defeat. Jaina thought of Anakin, and her doubts vanished in the black fire of her anger. Tat workers began to pour into the tunnel, all scurrying up the passage that led only to the Jedi barracks. Jaina and Zek threatened them with a word and thought, but the Killiks continued to clamber past, slowing the pair's progress toward a crawl. Zek took the lead and began to muscle forward, using the Force to shove aside the Killiks ahead of him. More Tat poured into the tunnel, convinced they had some urgent errand in the Jedi barracks. Zek continued to push ahead. Jaina added her Force powers to his, and the entire stream of insects began to slide backward down the tunnel. The Killiks dispersed, and a strange resistance began to rise inside the two Jedi, a cold hand pushing at them inside their own bellies. Their limbs grew heavier, their breathing became labored, their pulses pounded in their ears. They leaned against the cold hand, and still it grew harder to move. Soon, their legs were too heavy to lift. Their lungs were ready to burst. Their drumming hearts drowned out their own thoughts. They came to a stop, hanging parallel to the floor, and the harder they tried to move forward, the more impossible it became. They hung there for several minutes, testing their wills against that of the colony, and only grew more tired. Jaina thought of how Lomi and Welk had betrayed Anakin, and she grew more determined than ever to avenge him, and less able to move. Jaina began to despair. Her anger was no match for the will of the colony. She had to find another way. The seed of a new plan came to Jaina, a plan that relied not on anger, but love instead. Jaina did not nurture that seed. Instead, she buried it deep down in her mind, in that part that was still I instead of we. Keep trying, she urged Zek. Don't stop, no matter what. Never, he assured her. Good. Jaina let the pressure push her away from the hangar, back up the passage. Hey! Zek's voice was strained. Where are you going? The barracks. I'm giving up. What? I'm not as strong as you. It irked Jaina to say this, but it was the only way to be sure Zek would continue to struggle. I'll see you later. As Jaina retreated up the passage, the pressure gradually diminished. Finally, she was able to simply walk back to the barracks. She could sense Zek down near the hangar, feeling puzzled and angry and a little bit abandoned, but he remained determined not to quit. To show Jaina he was as strong as she believed. Once Jaina reached the barracks veranda, she returned to her bench and began to contemplate the beauty of the Killik mind. Every member of a nest worked flawlessly with all the others, executing unbelievably complex tasks, such as refueling and restocking several thousand rocket ships an hour, in near-perfect harmony. There were seldom any of the accidents or shortages or confusion so common to any military operation, and there were never arguments or disagreements or territorial spats. Would it truly be so bad if there was a war, if the colony won? For once, there would be a true galactic peace. No vying for resources, no clashes of interests, no territorial conquest. Just all the peoples of the galaxy working together for the common good. Was that so wrong? Jaina supposed that the fact that she did not see anything wrong with that meant she had become a true joiner. She was only worried that the colony would never win a war against the Chiss. The colony would have help, Tat assured her. An image came through the nest mind of the Ronto being unloaded, A dozen long streams of killiks were pouring in and out of the cargo bays, working together to offload the huge telescoping barrels of at least a dozen turbolaser batteries. The Chiss were going to be very surprised when they attacked. Maybe the killiks could win this war after all. Jaina decided to wait there on the veranda until Unu called for her. Sooner or later, there would be a mission that only a Jedi and a Stealth X could do, and Jaina would be ready. Then, when her mind finally went quiet and she knew that Tat and Unu were no longer paying her any attention, she pictured the handsome, square, scarred face of Jagged Fell. She held the image in her mind and performed a series of breathing exercises, focusing on the feelings they had shared while they were fighting the Yuuzhan Vong together, and during those few times they had managed to rendezvous after the war, then turned roughly toward where the Chiss staging area would be, somewhere outside the orbit of Karibu. While Jag was not force sensitive, Jaina had touched him through the force many times while they were together, and she felt he would recognize the sensation of her presence brushing his. But he wouldn't trust her. He would think she was just another joiner trying to lure him into a mistake, so she would have to convince him that he was discovering the ambush on his own, and she would have to do it before Tat realized what she was doing. She reached out to Jag in the Force and found his presence, distant and dim, somewhere ahead on Karibu's orbital path, exactly where he would be if he was guarding the staging area for a Chiss assault fleet. "Come get me, lover boy," Jaina sent. Jag would not understand the words, of course, but he would recognize the sentiment. She had used the same taunt many times when they sparred. "If you can." Jaina felt Jag start in surprise. Then she caught a flash of anger as he recognized her touch. This wasn't a game. This was war. And his irritation suddenly changed to concern as it dawned on him why she had picked that particular day to reach out to him. Jaina sensed a rising tide of alarm, then lost contact as Jag drew in on himself. 34. Koribu's brightly striped orb hung sandwiched between the flat, twinkling clouds of two sizable space fleets. For now, both sides seemed content to avoid a battle, each hiding from the other behind the gas giant's considerable bulk. But they were also maintaining aggressive postures, keeping their sublight drives lit and shields up, dropping reconnaissance patrols through the planet's golden ring system like air spinners from a Bespin raw trawler. "Good news," Han said, decelerating hard. As they had half expected, the homing beacon aboard Alima's stolen skiff had led them straight back into the middle of a Karibu conflict. Though the standoff between the two fleets was certain to complicate their plans, Han could not have been more thrilled. After they destroyed the Dark Nest, they could track down Jaina and have her safely away from the Tat Nest within hours. "We're just in time for the war." "Why is that good news?" June asked from the navigator's station. "Are you planning to go back into smuggling?" "No," Leia said. She keyed a command on the co-pilot's console, and the tactical display began to light up with mass readings and vector arrows. Han's smuggling days were over a long time ago. Tarfang, still regrowing his fur after the head-to-toe clipping that had preceded a lengthy stay in the Bacta tank, chittered a rude-sounding question. "Tarfang wishes to inquire whether Princess Leia always answers questions on Captain Solo's behalf," C-3PO said. Han did not bother to answer. He had brought Tarfang along only because June would not come without him, and he had brought June along because he was actually considering taking the Sullustan on as a co-pilot. After seeing how deftly Leia had resolved the crisis between the Jedi and the Galactic Alliance, it had finally grown clear to Han that he was blocking fate. Leia had been born to run things, and the wretched state of the Galactic Alliance reconstruction was evidence enough of how badly she was needed. Thus, he had made up his mind to step aside so she could follow her destiny. Again. Tarfang jabbered something else, which C-3PO translated as, "Tarfang says it is quite unfortunate that old age has broken your spirit, Captain Solo. Wars are good for smugglers. You might have been able to earn enough to replace the fine ship you tricked Captain June into sacrificing on your behalf. This was too much. First, I'm not old, and my spirit is fine. Han twisted around and wagged a finger at Tarfang. Without any fur, the Ewok reminded him of a womp rat with a short nose and no tail. And second, I'm not the one who told June to outfly his cover. Getting that rust can blown out from under him probably saved his life. Tarfang started to yammer a reply. Later, you two, Leia interrupted. Luke and Mara will be arriving soon, and we have work to do. She pointed at the tactical display, which now identified the fleet hovering above Karibo's northern pole as Hapen, and the one at the southern pole as Chiss. While the Chiss appeared to be outnumbered more than 2-1, Han knew appearances were deceptive. In all likelihood, they had a much larger force waiting just inside Ascendancy territory, ready to jump into battle the instant the enemy attacked. He only hoped that Ducat Gray, or whoever commanded the Hapen fleet, understood the basic deceptiveness of Chiss war doctrine. Across the center of Karibu ran a thick band of yellow bogey symbols. Dart ships? Han gasped. That's how it looks, Leia said. The spectrographs suggest a methane-based fuel. There must be 1,000,000 of them. Closer to 150,000, Captain, June said from behind him, plus a handful of freighters, blast boats, and 4 KDY orbital defense platforms. Han raised his brow. I wonder where those came from. Tarfang offered an opinion, which C-3PO translated as smugglers. Han ignored the Ewok and asked Leia, Where's Alima? Still working on that. I could use a little help. Yeah, sure. All you have to do is ask. A grid appeared over the bright band of bogey symbols strung across Karibu's equator. Alima's skiff has to be somewhere in there, or we would have picked her up by now, Leia said. A quarter of the grid turned red. Do an F-Lux search on the areas I'm assigning you. She's only a few minutes ahead, so her ion drives must still be active. The homing beacon they had planted on the stolen skiff was only accurate within a light month, which left a lot of territory to search via normal sensors. Han brought up the first grid square and began to look for a telltale plume of hot ions. At this scale, the band of dart ships resolved itself into a lumpy strand of swirling dots, with the gray disk of one of Karibu's moons hanging just beneath the main area of activity. After a moment of study, Han switched to the next grid and found several bogey symbols that turned out to be a Gallifrey freighter and a pair of patrolling blast boats. As soon as he brought up the third grid, he was tempted to move immediately to the next one. The dart ships in this area were spread so thin that he could make out the thin gold line of Karibu's ring system and the irregular nugget of a small ice moon. But the thin Killik defenses here just did not feel right. Han brought the moon, Kerr, to the center of his display and enlarged the scale. A blue circle the size of a fingertip appeared on the screen center, slowly growing smaller as it traveled toward the moon. Got it. Han began a mass analysis to confirm his suspicions, but he was sure enough of himself to transfer an inset to Leia's display. This one's still moving in system. It has to be her. Very good. Leia leaned across and kissed his cheek. You win the reward. That's my reward? I get that every day. That could always change, Flyboy. Come on, you know you can't help yourself. Han flashed her his best arrogant smirk, then activated the intercom. Battle station's back there. We might be going any time. We know, Kip replied. We're Jedi. Oh, yeah. Han looked at the ceiling and silently cursed Kip's arrogance. I must be getting forgetful in my old age. Meewal informed him that she and Cockmane were also ready. Nogri were always ready. When the mass analysis finally confirmed Han's guess, he turned to face June. You two had better head to your battle stations too. You remember how it works? Of course. You went over the procedure several times, and I've recorded all your instructions right here in case I forget. Great. Han glanced away so June would not see him wince. That makes me real confident. I'm happy to know that, June said. But I do have one question. Han counted to 3, reminding himself that it was better for the Celestin to ask his questions now rather than later, when they were being dive-bombed by 1,000 dart ships. Okay, shoot. Has this ever been tried before? Han and Leia exchanged looks of surprise. Then Leia said, I don't see how it could have been, Jay. Oh. June was silent for a moment, then said, I have another question. No kidding, Han grumbled. Maybe we should make this one the last one? Leia said. I just felt Luke and Mara emerge from hyperspace. Of course. The Celestin slipped out of his chair, and Tarfang did the same. How do we know it's going to work? Good question, Han said. He turned forward again and placed a tracking lock on Alima's skiff. After a moment, Leia explained, It was Han's idea, Jay. Oh, I see. June sounded satisfied. Of course it'll work. Tarfang growled something doubtful, but June was already leading the way back toward the engineering station. A moment later, the irregular matte black body of 2 Stealth X starfighters pulled alongside the Falcon, and Han saw Luke's and Mara's helmet-framed faces looking over from the cockpits of Phantom craft. Leia closed her eyes for a moment, reaching out to them in the Force, trying to get some sense of their intentions. After the Dark Nest attack on the Shadow, they had decided to return with only the Falcon and a couple of Stealth X escorts. Since the Falcon was not equipped to carry fighters, Luke and Mara had been taking turns with the other 2 Jedi Masters on the mission, Kip and Saba, ferrying the starfighters through hyperspace. Luke and Mara happened to be in the cockpit when the time came for the final jump to Koribu, but Han suspected that Mara would have insisted on being one of the pilots to follow Alima into the Dark Nest. She was taking the whole assassin thing pretty personally. Leia opened her eyes, then Luke and Mara accelerated toward Kur. They remained visible for a moment, a pair of dark X's silhouetted against Koribu's bright stripes, then shrank into invisibility. Luke wants us to hold here until they find the nest, Leia reported. Then, excuse me, C-3PO interrupted, but we have an unfortunate situation. We're being hailed by both Ducat Grey of the Hapen Fleet and Commander Fel of the Chiss. Put Grey on first, Han said. Fel is just going to... No, shift them to the conference channel, Leia said. Maybe we can promote a dialogue. Or a war, Han grumbled. Grey's voice came over the speaker first. Princess Leia, I demand and... Who's this? Fel demanded. Ducat Ailson Grey, Duchta to Lady Owl Grey of the Relafon Moons, Grey responded. There was a long silence. To whom am I speaking? Grey demanded. Commander Jagged Fel replied, of the Chiss Expansionary Defense Fleet. Another long silence. Finally, Grey said, I was attempting to calm Princess Leia and her crew. Have you boarded their vessel? I was wondering if you had, Fel said. Of course not. Why would I calm a vessel I had boarded? I don't know that you are calming them, Fel said suspiciously. Your signal's coming from the Falcon. Your signal's coming from the Falcon, Grey accused. I warn you, I won't fall for any of your Chiss... Pardon me, gentlemen, Leia said. Your concern is touching, but I assure you, the Falcon remains under Han's command. Will you both activate Idol Smasher? Idol Smasher was an old encryption system the Allies had used in the war against the Yuuzhan Vong. Outdated though it was almost a certainty that both fleets would still have the decoding hardware available in their code room archives. Military cryptographers were notorious pack rats. After a short pause, Grey said, We'll need 2 minutes. We'll need 1. Fel's tone was superior. Please notify us when you're ready, Ducat. Han glanced back at C-3PO, who was already plugging the necessary module into the comm station, and smirked. The Falcon is ready now. The transmission light went out. Then Leia said, Trouble, Han. Han looked back to the tactical screen and immediately began to warm the ion drives. The moon Kerr was fast vanishing behind a cloud of dart ships. As he watched, the spectrograph identified their propulsion as hydrogen-based. Dark Nest, he added. Anything from Luke and Mara? A little anxiety. They're not calling for us yet. Tell them not to push it. They're too old to play hero. Han, they're younger than you were at the Battle of Yuuzhan Tar. Yeah, well, I've got my luck. All they have is the Force. Fell's voice came over the comm. Checking encryption. Well done, Commander, C-3PO answered. That took only 33.7 seconds. 33.4. You neglected the transmission lag, Fell corrected. I wanted a word with the Solos before Duke Gray joined us. Jag, we're not going home. Han was keeping one eye on the tactical display and one eye on Leia, ready to start toward Kerr the instant it looked like Luke and Mara were in trouble. Jaina's in there, and yes, I know, Fell said. I think. Actually, I'm convinced she saved our fleet. Leia's jaw fell, but her voice betrayed no hint of shock. You find that surprising, Jag? The Jedi are here to stop a war, not choose sides. We've never doubted your intentions, Princess Leia. Only your province in being here, and your ability to resist the colony's will. Then Jaina has changed your minds? She has opened mine, but that is very different from convincing Defense Fleet Command that the Jedi can neutralize the Killik threat. We understand your concern. Perhaps Defense Fleet Command would believe us if the colony withdrew from Koribu? There was a moment of stunned silence. On the tactical display, Kerr had vanished beneath a yellow swarm of dart ship symbols. Han shook an inquiring finger in the moon's general direction, but Leia shook her head. Luke and Mara still did not want any help. Finally, Fell asked, The Jedi can arrange that? Testing encryption, Gray's voice broke in. You've been talking without me. Encryption confirmed. In a tone that mimicked Gray's peevishness, C-3PO replied, Though you are somewhat late. It was only 2 minutes 20, Gray complained. That's no excuse, we were just catching up on old times, Leia said. You may not be aware of it, but Commander Fell came very close to becoming our son-in-law. As Leia spoke, her eyes grew wide, and she began to gesture frantically out the forward viewport. Han slammed the throttles forward, and the Falcon leapt toward Koribu. Commander Fell, Duke Gray, your tactical officers are about to tell you that the Falcon is accelerating toward the moon Kerr at maximum power. Though Leia's face was pale, her voice remained calm. I wanted to inform you both of the reason. Leia briefed them on the Jedi discovery of the Dark Nest and their theory about the power it held over the rest of the colony's collective mind. She even revealed the Order's fear that the nest was being controlled by the 2 Dark Jedi who had abducted Raynar Thul on Banu Ras, keeping secret only the fact that the Dark Nest was also attempting to absorb Alima Rar. You're telling us that the colony is ruled by a hidden nest? Fell asked, incredulous. Only in a sense that any sentient mind is ruled by its own unconscious mind, Leia said. Influence might be a better term, though in the Killik's case the influence is very heavy. We're fairly sure the Dark Nest is responsible for the colony's decision to inhabit Koribu. For what purpose? Fell asked. To start a war, Han said. And so far, you guys are playing right into their snappy little pincers. It would be foolish to assume you know our plans, Captain Solo. Your plans were clear enough when the fleet of the glorious Defender Queen arrived, Gray said. You were maneuvering to attack. Obviously, I cannot discuss our plans with any of you, Fell said. I assume the Jedi have located this Dark Nest on Kerr and intend to break its hold over the colony? You could say that, Han said. Kerr was visible to the naked eye now, a fuzzy blue nugget about the size of a thumb. If blasting it to bug parts counts. With just the Falcon? Gray asked. We have more than the Falcon, Leia said. Luke and Mara have already found the entrance to the nest. That explains the activity on Kerr, Fell concluded. The dart ships seem to be swarming something. Though the Falcon's tactical display showed no indications of weapons activity, Han had no doubt that the Skywalkers were busy dodging dart ships. He could see it in the tautness around Leia's eyes. Master Skywalker is under attack. There was more excitement in Gray's voice than concern. There's no need for alarm, Dukat, Leia commanded. Luke and Mara can easily. A pair of Hapen Novas began to slip down the tactical display toward Kerr. Han's heart rose into his throat. What are you doing, Dukat? Sending support, Gray said. Queen Mother Tenno Ka would not be pleased if I allowed this Dark Nest to kill Master Skywalker and her husband. Recall your vessels at once, Dukat, Fell said. We cannot permit any Hapen capital ship to approach the orbital plane. It's a small force, Gray said. Any fool can see that it poses no threat. Only a fool would allow his enemy to establish a forward position under the current circumstances, Fell replied. A Chiss Star Destroyer and half a dozen cruisers started upward to meet the Hapen trio. And we Chiss are no fools. Oh boy, Han said under his breath. I've got a bad feeling. I know, Leia finished. Dukat Gray, leave this to us. We'll let you know if a chain of tiny orange flashes suddenly flared across Kerr's long axis as someone on the moon opened fire. 2 more battle dragons accompanied by a dozen Novas began to descend toward Karibu's rings. The Queen's fleet will not stand idly by while Master Skywalker is viciously attacked, Gray declared. Dukat Gray. That was as much as Leia could say before Fell started to talk over her. The Chiss have no wish to see Master Skywalker and his wife injured either. A dozen Chiss cruisers joined the growing migration toward Kerr. But the Dark Nest is on our side of the rings. Allow us to support him. Out of the question, Gray shot back. Han had known even before the reply that Fell's offer would never reach orbit. Gray cared more about being able to claim credit for rescuing Luke and Mara than whether they actually needed to be rescued. The Chiss have made it clear they didn't want the Jedi here in the first place. We have no assurance that you wouldn't kill them yourselves. Perhaps not, Fell returned coolly. But if you don't recall those vessels, I can assure you, Dukat Gray, Leia said. Sparking a clash with the Chiss is not going to win the Queen Mother's favor. I suggest you recall your vessels and wait until your aid is truly needed. Another string of explosions lit Kerr's face. It's apparent to me that our aid is needed, Gray said. And if we must fight the Chiss to deliver it, we will. He closed the channel. Stubborn rotter, Leia cursed. Jag, you understand. I'm sorry, Princess Leia, Fell said. The Chiss fleet began to stream upward on all sides of the planet. But my superiors refuse to take any chance that this isn't a ploy. I suggest you avoid getting caught in the crossfire. 35. A pillar of orange rocket exhaust arced out from Kerr's frozen tangle of ethmane crystals, emerging from an ice-lined shaft more than a kilometer across. The column was far larger than any others Luke and Mara had seen, its heat raising a wall of steam as it bent toward the Skywalkers and streaked low over the moon's frozen surface. Confident they had finally found what they were looking for, Luke and Mara banked away and began to accelerate, drawing the orange column after them. Luke would have liked to make a reconnaissance pass to be certain the huge shaft was the hangar opening he believed it to be, but Kerr's tortured terrain and icy blue light neutralized the speed and camouflage of their stealth X's, and both of their starfighters had already taken too much of a beating to risk another confrontation. 2 seconds later, Luke's R9 astromech unit, sitting in for an operationally challenged R2-D2, sounded an attack alarm. Luke felt a start from Mara as an explosion rocked her stealth X. Then his own starfighter gave a sharp double buck. The R9 pointedly informed Luke that they were being ambushed by Gorog dart ships. and the tactical display showed half a dozen of the little craft behind them, rising from the sensor-blocking depths of the frozen Ethmane jungle. Luke continued toward the Falcon, flying low over Kerr's feathery jungle of Ethmane crystals. Ideally, he would have climbed for open space where their stealth X's would have full advantage, but the tactical display showed a second swarm of dart ships flying top cover, in perfect position to stop them. The Skywalkers had traveled barely a kilometer when another column of dart ships rose out from the Ethmane jungle ahead. Luke sensed Mara's alarm almost before his own. They had stayed a little too long, and now Gorog was boxing them in. The swarm spread out before them, creating an orange wall of rocket exhaust. The Skywalkers began to pour cannon fire into the swirling mass, trying to clear a lane for their stealth X's. It was like trying to blast a tunnel through a cloud. Every time they created a hole, it filled instantly. As the Skywalkers drew closer, the orange wall resolved itself into a pattern of fiery swirling discs, each with the black dot of a dart ship at its heart. Mara continued to fire, and Luke followed her lead. The tactic clearly had no chance of success, but Mara had a plan. Luke was almost sure of it. Finally, the swarm was so close that the dart ships had grown into tiny cylinders. Glowing streaks of missile propellant began to reach out toward the Skywalkers. Mara took the lead and pulled up, a loose-wing stabilizer shuddering under the strain. The two nearest swarms, the one blocking their escape and the one pursuing from behind, nosed up to give chase. "Stick close," she warned. Suddenly, Mara dropped the nose of her Stealth X. Luke followed so quickly that he almost beat her, but the Dark Nest was not fooled. The dart ships simply leveled off and continued to close on the Skywalkers. Luke expected Mara to pull up again and outclimb their pursuers, gambling that the Stealth X's could withstand a barrage of Killick explosions long enough to fight through the top cover swarm. Instead, she continued to dive. The ice jungle's feathery canopy came up rapidly. Luke began to wonder when she intended to pull up. She did not. A flurry of cannon bolts lanced out from Mara's Stealth X, instantly superheating the ice crystals in front of her and filling Luke's forward view with brown steam. He switched to instrument flying and followed her through the cloud into the snarled depths of the ice jungle. Flash-frozen spires of Ethmane stood at all angles, glowing translucent blue with Guile's distant light, reaching out to embrace each other with delicate arms of hoarfrost. Mara flipped her Stealth X on its edge and slipped between two Ethmane pillars, then crashed through a curtain of frost and sent up a glittering cloud of ice particles. Luke ducked under a frozen arch, then shot ahead of Mara into the lead. He offered his apologies through their force bond, along with an image of the loose stabilizer he had seen on her wing. "Whatever," she answered. Luke felt a sudden compulsion to swing back toward the nest and wondered if his wife had gone crazy. Mara urged him to think. Gorog expected them to run for the Falcon. Luke quickly brought them around. It would be safer to go in the opposite direction and sneak a look at the nest. He focused all his attention on the frozen jungle ahead and began a Jedi breathing exercise, allowing his mind to race forward through the Ethmane spires to find its own route down the twining passages and rolling channels. Time seemed to slow. He surrendered his steering arm to the Force, and his hand began to move on its own accord, guiding the Stealth X into one shimmering cap after another, bobbing over blue curtains, ducking beneath long fronds of frost, blasting holes through impassable walls of ice. Mara stayed close on his tail, almost joining her hand to his through their force bond, and 30 seconds later they shot through a small icy portal into an irregular blue shaft, barely broad enough for Luke to bank the Stealth X into a tight inside spiral. Stang! Luke felt Mara's fear through the Force, and his heart jumped into his throat. Then, as he continued his own spiral around the small shaft, he saw the jagged hole where her Stealth X had bounced off the icy wall. His tactical display showed her still on his tail, but weaving badly. "Mara?" "Fine," she answered. Luke continued to bank, setting the Stealth X up on one wing so that he could look up out one side of the cockpit and down the other side. He estimated they were about 2 kilometers deep, though that was impossible to confirm with instruments. This far down inside the frozen moon, the Stealth X's sensor range extended only as far as the walls of frozen Ethmane. Below, the shaft continued to narrow and curved back under itself, concealing the nest entrance, assuming it was down there, behind a wall of blue ice. Aside from the walls, which had been polished smooth by the heat and freeze cycle of countless rocket launches, there was no sign of dart ships. Mara seemed worried by how quiet it was. Luke didn't like it either. Gorog would have left something to defend the nest. The hair on his neck began to rise, and he decided they had seen enough. Mara, now directly opposite him on the other side of the shaft, agreed and started to climb. Her shields were flickering, and that loose stabilizer was flapping around beneath her wing. Luke fell in behind her, then an attack alarm sounded, and a laser cannon began to fire blue bolts up the shaft. He felt another jolt of emotion from Mara, this time anger, as her Stealth X took a trio of hits. Her shields went down with the second, and the ends of both starboard wings vanished with the third. Luke did not waste time looking at his tactical display. He simply dropped the Stealth X into a dive and started firing, and then saw the nose of Alima's stolen skiff just slipping back out of sight. He continued to fire for a second longer, pouring his rage and disbelief at her through the force, until the bend in the shaft vanished behind a curtain of Ethmane steam. He sensed no shame or sorrow in the Twi'lek, only the enormous, murky presence of the Dark Nest. When no more cannon bolts rose out through the fog, Luke pulled up into a tight banking turn that would allow him to keep an eye on the shaft in both directions. Mara was still above him, her Stealth X crawling around the shaft in a wobbling circle. Both starboard engines shut down, and the stumps of her starboard wings vibrating badly. "Mara, everything good," she reported. It didn't look good. Luke was about to tell her to try climbing when the mouth of the shaft, 2 meters above, began to brighten with the orange glow of dartship rockets. Mara brought her Stealth X out of its circle and fired at the icy wall, trying to punch through into the Ethmane jungle beyond. The stump of her starboard wings tumbled away in a cascade of sparks and many explosions. Then she slipped into a spin and flashed past Luke, vanishing into the Ethmane steam below. Luke felt her stretching out to him, clinging to their force bond as she fought to bring the Stealth X under control. He poured reassurance into their bond, trying to let her know that he would not abandon her and that he was coming right behind her. Then he reached for Leia in the Force, pouring out his alarm and picturing a crashing starfighter, and dived after Mara. He caught up to Mara on the other side of the fog. She was using a combination of force and power manipulations to keep the Stealth X under control, corkscrewing down the shaft in an ever-tightening spiral, pushing the damaged craft to its limits, and a little beyond, to stay ahead of the approaching dart fighters. The shaft twined its way another 7 kilometers into the ice moon, growing ever smaller and more twisted. Finally, the squarish, cave-like opening of a launching bay appeared at the bottom of the shaft, perhaps a kilometer away. Luke armed a pair of proton torpedoes, then urged Mara to do the same. They would need to give the Falcon something to look for. "With pleasure." Mara stabilized her spin just long enough to send a pair of proton torpedoes streaking toward the cavern mouth. Under other circumstances, Luke might have felt a pang of concern knowing that Alima's skiff had entered the hangar only a short time before. But under these circumstances, even understanding that she was under the control of the Dark Nest, he felt nothing. Whatever happened, the Twi'lek had brought it on herself. A brilliant flash filled the cavern mouth as Mara's torpedo detonated inside, and suddenly the last 500 meters of shaft were filled with glittering ice shards. Luke activated his targeting computer, But between Mara's wildly gyrating Stealth X and interference from the Ethmane ice, he was unable to get a lock. Mara? Luke moved his finger to the torpedo trigger. Stay left. The first barrage of turbo laser fanned down from the Hapen batteries, and Kerr was suddenly veiled behind a curtain of crimson energy. The Chiss answered with a volley of missiles, and 1,000 propellant trails rose to bar the way forward. Han pulled up short and rolled the Falcon away from the sudden fury. No! Leia's eyes were fixed on her display, where a navigation lock had been guiding them toward the detonation site of the Skywalker's proton torpedoes. Luke and Mara need help, and they won't get it if we fly into that mess, Han said. In 50 years of flying, he had never seen a battle this compact before. There had to be 100 capital ships fighting over a moon only 80 kilometers long. Even I'm not that good. Yes, Han, you are. Look, I'm not leaving. We just have to find another way in. Leia's voice grew sober. Han, I think they're down. Down? A leaden ball formed in Han's stomach. What do you mean, down? Crashed. They may need... Han swung the Falcon around and started back toward Kerr. Extraction, Leia finished. How did that happen? Han demanded. Space ahead had become a flashing sheet of turbo laser fire, striped at irregular intervals by growing lines of missile flame. They're Jedi, blast it, and Stealth X's. They were just supposed to find the nest and call us. Things go wrong even for Jedi. Leia's eyes were fixed out the viewport. 3PO, break out the EV suits. EV suits? C-3PO squealed. If we go EV out there, we're doomed. The odds of surviving are, why, they're entirely incalculable. Still better than with no suit, Han said. Do as she says. We may need suits to recover Luke and Mara. As you wish, Captain Solo, but I really don't think we're going to survive long enough to reach them. The sheet of flashing energy ahead brightened rapidly as the Falcon drew closer and the canopy tinting darkened. Han looked to his instruments and found nothing but electromagnetic static, its density increasing as space ahead grew more brilliant. Sweetheart, Han asked as casually as he could manage, do you think you could do that Jedi thing? Quiet. Leia was already staring out the forward viewport with a faraway expression in her eyes. I'm concentrating. Han waited for instructions. Leia continued to concentrate. A shudder ran through the decks as Meewall opened up the belly turret against some hazard Han could not see. Then the attack alarms shrieked as cannon fire pounded their lower shields. What was that? Han demanded over the intercom. Meewall informed him it was a starfighter, but she had no idea whose. All she had been able to see was a blurry tail of ion exhaust. Sweetheart. Concentrating. The invisible fist of a turbo laser blast glanced off the Falcon's port side, instantly overwhelming the shields and sending her spinning out of control. The cockpit erupted with damage alarms, and Leia began to scream. It took Han a moment to realize she was finally giving him instructions. Port! Go port! He steadied the Falcon, relieved to see he still could, then swung hard to port. 3PO, give me a damage report. The droid dropped an EV suit on the deck. We've lost our auxiliary acceleration compensator, he babbled. And our port docking ring is compromised. We'll never get out of this in one piece. The damage is minor, Saba said over the intercom. This one will see to it. Han frowned. Saba still had a piece of skull missing under that thick hide of hers. She had talked Luke into bringing her along only by threatening to come anyway, but he knew better than to protest. It just wasn't smart to question a Barabel's ability to do anything. Leia ordered, climb! Han pulled back on the yoke and felt the Falcon buck as something exploded under her. Dive! Han pushed the yoke forward and was nearly thrown out of his seat as a turbo laser blast blossomed just to their stern. Starboard! Gentle! Han swung to starboard. and the red streak of a missile shot passed the Falcon's blackened canopy. Dead ahead, fast! Han pushed the throttles into overdrive. The canopy grew suddenly transparent again, and still he could not see anything. There was only a thick brown fog, blossoming here and there with cannon fire, and laced with the blue trails of starfighter ion drives. They melted it, he gasped. They melted it entire. Instruments, Han! Han glanced down and found the reassuring sight of a space battle on his tactical display. What looked to be about 10 dozen squadrons of starfighters were whirling around Kerr, maneuvering for position and pouring laser fire at each other. A single Chiss cruiser was sliding quietly around the moon's bulk, playing a game of Moog and Rancor with a pair of Hapen Novas. Kerr's surface, a sensor-blocking layer of frozen ethmane, was literally disappearing before their eyes. Every time a stray cannon blast struck ground, a thumb-sized area of ice vanished from Han's display. Leia found the fading rad signature of the Skywalker's proton torpedoes and re-established their navigation lock. Han slipped the Falcon under the moon, streaking toward their destination only 100 meters below Kerr's jagged belly. Their goal lay about 10 kilometers ahead of the Chiss cruiser, so he chose a slow, direct route that would take them past its weapons turrets at a respectable distance. In a battle like this, the only way not to get shot was to make clear you were no kind of threat. As the Falcon neared the cruiser, a flight of clawcraft dropped out of the fog to look over her. C-3PO opened an emergency channel. This is the Millennium Falcon, hailing all combatants. We are neutral in this conflict. Please direct your fire away from us. I repeat, we are neutral. The clawcraft dropped back into the kill zone behind the Falcon and hung there. The navigation lock slowly drifted toward the center of the screen. The stolen skiff was floating amid the rest of the wreckage, a pile of flattened durasteel flickering in the light of Mara's 2 functioning spotlights. There was no way to tell whether Alima and Ben's Killick friend had been aboard when the proton torpedoes eviscerated the launching bay, but Mara was betting the pair had escaped. So far, she had seen no signs of the Twi'lek's body among the scorched pieces of chitin tumbling past her canopy, and Alima was a Jedi. She would have sensed what was about to happen and raced for shelter. Mara guided her ailing starfighter through a jagged breach in the launching bay's rear wall. Her spotlights stabbed through a dusty cloud of floating rubble, illuminating a maintenance hangar with a bank of shattered dart ship berths on the far wall. She sealed her EV suit and dropped her Stealth X to the deck, skidding to a lopsided landing between the broken remnants of 2 egg-shaped storage tanks. Knowing that Luke would be covering her from his own craft, Mara sprang out of the cockpit and tumbled all the way to the ceiling, coming to a rest beside a spitcrete ridge that would have served the Gorog as a sort of upside-down catwalk. When no attacks came, she exchanged her lightsaber for her blaster and covered Luke while he landed. A large part of her, the part that was Ben's mother, would have preferred him to rejoin the Falcon and come back with the Solos with heavy artillery, but she had known from the moment her R9 died that would never happen. Luke would no more have left her alone than she would have him. Besides, this wasn't so bad. It had been her and Luke against a world more times than she could count, and they always won. Luke took cover inside the shattered base of a storage tank. Then Mara pushed off the ceiling and joined him. They were taking care to stay out of their Stealth X's spotlights, but there was enough ambient light to see his lips pressed tight together through the faceplate. "What do you think?" Mara spoke over their suit comm. She wanted to keep her force senses clear for alerting her to danger. "Try to squeeze into your stealth and sneak out?" Luke shook his helmet. "There won't be any slipping past that dart ship swarm out there. As a matter of fact," he turned toward his Stealth X and calmed his R9. "Arnie, go find a dark corner and..." The command came to a sudden end as the orange glow of rocket exhaust lit the launching bay entrance. Mara grabbed Luke's arm and kicked off the floor, using the force to pull them toward a ruptured door membrane in the back of the maintenance hangar. Arnie started to tweetle a question, but the comm channel abruptly dissolved into static as a trio of bright flashes lit the chamber. There was no boom, of course, but Mara suddenly grew uncomfortably warm inside her vac suit, and the shockwave hurled her and Luke headlong through a door membrane into the darkened utility passage beyond. With no gravity or friction to slow them down, they did not stop until they slammed into a wall 2 seconds later. Mara hit back first, driving the air from her lungs, but not breaking anything she could feel. A sharp crack over the comm suggested that Luke had impacted on his helmet. She started to ask if he was okay, then sensed him wondering the same thing about her, and knew he was. "Check air and suit," Luke said, righting himself. The reminder was unnecessary. The heads-up status display inside Mara's faceplate was already glowing, though she did not remember activating it. "I'm good," she said. "You?" "Have a hisser," he reported, indicating a small air leak. "But we'd better look for it later." He pointed back toward the maintenance hangar. 30 meters away, the orange glow of rocket exhaust was flickering against a section of curved tunnel, dimming and brightening as dart ships landed and shut down their engines, and more poured into the hangar behind them. "I don't recall seeing any EV suits in the TAT hangars," Mara said hopefully. "No, but a carapace is a good start on a pressure suit." "Killjoy." Mara turned her wrist over and entered a 4-digit code on her forearm command pad. The Stealth X's self-destruct alarm began to gong inside her helmet, and the heads-up display on her faceplate began a 20-second countdown. "Come on, Skywalker. Let's stay on the move until we hear from the Falcon." Mara turned away from the hangar and started into the frozen darkness ahead.
36. The walls and floor were coated in a frozen black wax that absorbed the light from Luke's helmet lamp and made the passage seem even darker and murkier than it was. Every few meters, a fissure caused by the tunnel's sudden decompression ran all the way to the moon ice, sometimes exposing a short length of spitcrete piping or power conduit. There were none of the shine balls that illuminated other Killik nests, nor any sense of order to its convoluted plan. The passages seemed to meander at random, twining around each other like vines, branching off at arbitrary intervals and rejoining the main passage without crossing any obvious destination between. At the speed he and Mara were sailing through the darkness, using the force to pull themselves along through the zero-G, Luke was growing badly disoriented. He no longer had any sense of whether they were traveling deeper into the moon or back toward the surface, whether 10 meters of ethmane ice separated them from the hangar or 1,000. Were it not for the frozen beads of vapor that his leaky vac suit was leaving behind, he wasn't even sure he could have found his way back down the same passage. Mara suddenly grabbed a crack in the wall and brought herself to a stop. Luke did the same and found himself looking at one of the bulging hatch membranes that Killiks used instead of airlocks. A pull chain hung to one side of the hatch, attached to a set of valves positioned to spray sealing gel over the membrane before anyone could push through. Mara didn't reach for the pull chain, and neither did Luke. Both their spines were prickling with danger sense, and they were all too aware of how difficult it was to sense Gorog in the Force. "Ambush," Mara concluded. "They're starting to come after us." Starting? Luke looked around, and his helmet lamp illuminated a torrent of dartship pilots pouring around the bend, at most 30 meters away. Wearing their dartship canopies like carapaces, they were scurrying along every available tunnel surface, with their legs and arms sheathed in a shimmering fabric that bunched and gathered at the joints. They had no weapons other than their 6 limbs, but that would be enough if the swarm ever caught up. There was no question of using the force to hide. Whenever the Gorog lost sight of their quarry, they simply spread out, scrambling over every surface in every direction, literally hunting their quarry down by feel. Luke began to pour blaster fire into the front ranks. Most bolts ricocheted off the canopies, while those that hit a limb simply activated a safety seal at the nearest joint. The insects just kept coming. Trouble, Luke said over the suit comm. Lightsabers would be more effective, but he really didn't want to go hand to hand with who knew how many bugs. Big trouble, in fact. Maybe not that big, Mara said. No, they can't all be dart ship pilots, Mara said. He felt rather than saw her nod at the bulging hatch membrane. So they won't all be wearing pressure suits. You're right, Luke said. The first pilots were less than 10 meters away now, but he holstered his blaster and grabbed his lightsaber. Not that big. They ignited their lightsabers, then pressed themselves against the tunnel wall and slashed a large X across the center of the hatch. The membrane blew apart, and their would-be ambushers were sent tumbling past on a tide of explosive decompression, crashing into the pilot swarm and bringing its advance to a tumbling, confused halt. Once the torrent slowed, Mara floated through the tattered membrane into a corridor filled with flash-frozen Killiks. Luke followed a few meters behind, using the Force to pull himself along, shouldering aside Gorog warriors with heads painted in the dark spray pattern of decompression death. How's that hisser? Mara asked. Luke checked the heads-up display inside his faceplate. He was down to just 15 minutes of air, and the loss rate was increasing. Fine for now. He turned his helmet lamp back through the burst hatch and was relieved to illuminate only a small portion of the throng that had been pursuing them so far. About 50 of the insects were still coming, pushing their way up the body-choked passage toward him and Mara. The last dozen or so were scurrying in the opposite direction, vanishing into the darkness behind the hundreds of pilots that had already started back toward their dart ships. But the next time they come to a pressure hatch, let's try to leave it intact. I think our rescue party is about to be delayed. The navigation lock finally reached the center of the display. Relieved to note their Chiss escorts were still behind them, the cruiser was less likely to blast the Falcon to atoms that way. Han began a slow, spiraling descent into Kerr's thickening fog. He would have liked to drop into a power dive and go screaming down to find Luke and Mara, but that would have looked suspicious. And when Chiss grew suspicious, they killed things. Let's see what it looks like inside that fog, Han said. Activate the terrain scanners. Leia brought the scanners online. Unlike F-main ice, F-main fog was almost as transparent to sensors as air, and a moment later the mouth of the broad funnel-like pit appeared on Han's display. The hole appeared to be a deep one, descending more than 2 kilometers before finally curving out of sight. Any sign of rescue beacons? Han asked. Leia shook her head. None. She closed her eyes. They're too deep. Deep. Inside Kerr. I think they're in the nest. In the nest? Han felt like he was going to choke on his heart. That's not funny, Leia. It gets less funny. Luke seems to think we'll meet a reception committee. You don't say. Han smiled. Good. Good? C-3PO demanded. I don't see anything good about this situation at all. There's every chance that both Masters Skywalker will be killed by our beradium missiles. Not really. Han pushed the Falcon's nose down and dropped into a steepening dive. For that to happen, we'd have to actually fire the beradium missiles. You don't intend to fire them? C-3PO asked, growing even more alarmed. Not even one. No. Leia's tone was relieved. It had been her idea to bring the beradium missiles along, but she had spent most of the trip worried about how they were going to keep Alima clear when they fired the weapons at the nest. Han had not been quite so worried. Not with Luke and Mara inside. But you won't be able to clear the nest, C-3PO objected. Without those missiles... Easy, 3PO. The last thing Han wanted to hear was how bad the odds were. He was already having to hold the yoke tight to prevent his hands from shaking. I wasn't counting on the missiles anyway. You weren't? Of course not. They're beradium. You never get to shoot the beradium missiles. Oh, C-3PO grew calmer. That's true. I have no record of one actually being launched. They descended 1,000 meters into the fog. Then a Chiss voice crackled over the comm. Millennium Falcon, be advised that if you attempt to invade us, we will open fire. We're not invading, Han answered. We're going in. You're welcome to follow. Going in? The Ethmane ice was already beginning to make comm signals scratchy. Clarify. We have 2 Jedi pilots down inside the nest, Leia explained. We're going to extract them. The clawcraft reappeared on the Falcon's tail. We've detected no other craft. Do you ever? Han interrupted. She said they were Jedi pilots. Luke and Mara Skywalker, to be exact. You coming or not? There was a moment's silence. Then the 2 clawcrafts began to drop back. Your request lies outside our mission profile, but we have been authorized to wish you good luck. Thanks for nothing, Han grumbled. You're welcome, the Chiss replied. We could have shot you down. The Falcon continued to descend, then finally broke out of the fog into a twisting, ice-walled shaft that was much narrower than it had appeared on the terrain scanner. Han gasped and pulled the ship in a spiral so tight it was almost a spin. Oh dear, C-3PO cried. Relax, circuit brain. Han spoke between clenched teeth. I've got us under control. That isn't what concerns me, Captain Solo. We have a safety margin of 0.3 BO, Leia barked. What does concern you? C-3PO's golden arm stretched toward the viewport. That! It took a moment for Han and Leia to see the faint orange glow building in the depths of the shaft. Okay, Leia sighed. That kinda concerns me too. Relax. Everything's under control. Han activated the intercom. June, you ready back there? There was a short delay, followed by the electronic screech of someone speaking too close to the intercom microphone. Yes, Captain. If you think this is going to work. It's going to work, Han said. He checked the power levels on the Falcon's tractor beam and saw that they were holding at maximum. Still, he asked, Are you sure you're ready? There was a short pause, then Tarfang jabbered something sharp. Tarfang assures you that he and Captain June are very prepared, C-3PO translated. He adds that if your glee-jawed plan fails, it's your own fault. You shouldn't try to blame it on them. It's going to work, Han said. He started to address the rest of his passengers, but Kip cut him off. Of course we're ready. Kip's voice came over the comm channel rather than the intercom, an indication that he was already in his vac suit and buttoned up tight. We're Jedi. Han glanced over at Leia. I hate when he does that, he growled. You ready? She nodded gravely. As soon as you tell me you're going to get past the swarm. Han grinned. Who says I'm going to? They rounded a bend, and about 2 kilometers below, saw the first haze of the dart ship swarm filling the shaft. Han pointed the Falcon's nose at them and accelerated. Han? Yeah? You don't have to impress me. Leia pinched her eyes shut. I've never thought you were faint-hearted, not even once. Han chuckled. Good. Just want to keep. June's voice came over the intercom. Captain Solo, I have a question. Now? Han asked. The swarm of dart ships had thickened to a gray and orange cloud. Now you have a question? I can't find the activation safety, June said. There isn't one. Just activate. Now! But the CEC maintenance manual clearly states that every freight-moving apparatus shall have— Flip the criffing switch! Leia yelled. The shaft's blue walls vanished behind the swarm, and bolts of red energy began to streak down into the shaft as Cockmame and Meewall cut loose with the quad laser cannons. That's an order, Han added. June flipped the switch. The cabin lights dimmed, and every display on the flight deck winked out as cockpit power dwindled to nothing. Even the quad lasers started to dribble beams of blue light. Han? Leia's voice broke with fear. We don't have any status displays. I can't monitor our shields. Is it supposed to do that? You bet. Han said proudly. When I reversed the polarity of the tractor beam, I had to feed it every spare erg of power I could find. All Han could see ahead was the cloud of dart ships, so close now that he could make out individual exhaust trails curving toward the Falcon's nose. But not the shields, right? Leia said. Canopy bulges began to appear atop the closest dart ship, some with antennae waving inside, and propellant trails began to stab out from the swarm. Please tell me we're not drawing on the... A cone of iridescent energy shot out from beneath the Falcon, swallowing both the Gorog missiles and the swarm beyond. A series of fiery blossoms erupted as the missiles interpreted the repulsion beam as impact and detonated. The dart ships were harder to defeat. The pilots increased power, and the cloud of ships hung in stasis, still struggling to ascend the shaft. But as the Falcon continued to descend, the beam grew stronger. Soon, the Killik's primitive rocket engines began to overload and explode. Some dart ships fell out of control and crashed, while others began to tumble back down the shaft. For several moments, Han and Leia continued to catch glimpses of the dart ships rolling around inside the beam, smashing into each other, spontaneously exploding, erupting against the pit's icy walls. Han slowed their descent until the eruptions grew less frequent. Finally, the boiling cloud of rubble dispersed and nothing lay below them but a jagged star of darkness that had once been a dart ship launching bay. Han brought the Falcon to a full stop and activated the intercom. Okay, June, you'd better shut down before something blows up. Han looked over at Leia and winked, then added, and shift that power diverter back to the shields.
37. The battle dragon and its escorts were floating nose down above Koribu's blast-tattered rings, trading fire with two Chiss cruisers as the great swarm swept down to join the fight. Jaina's and Zek's cockpit speakers crackled to life with Hapen comm officers demanding explanations and colony joiners outlining Unu's plan. But the two Jedi paid the exchange little attention. They were 200 kilometers behind the swarm, with a third Stealth X slave to Jaina's controls, and their mission was completely independent of the Killik assault. Unu Thul was still angry about the spoiled ambush, and he had planted one notion firmly in their minds before allowing them to launch. Jaina and Zek were to find Lobaka and leave. The great swarm reached the Hapen fleet and swallowed it in a flickering cloud of rocket exhaust, then streamed past to engulf the maelstrom of starfighters battling the crucial space midway between the two sides. The Chiss cruisers redoubled their fire. Brilliant bursts of crimson and sapphire blossomed inside the great swarm, 3 or 4 a second, but the colony continued to descend, a dozen dart ships vanishing every time a turbo laser struck. The Killiks did not even break formation. Hoping to locate Lobaka before they entered hostile territory, Jaina and Zek quieted their minds and reached into the Force, and were so surprised that they gasped. Together. That feels like Master Skywalker, Zek said through their shared mind. Both of them, Jaina confirmed. And Mother and Kip and others. Hard to tell. Pretty shut down. Trying to hide, Zek agreed. But having a bad time. Wonder if Unu knows. Unu Thul must know, Jaina replied. Though she and Zek were hundreds of kilometers from the nearest Tat, and not currently in touch with the larger collective mind, they could still feel the colony's will. Unu Thul was too powerful not to know when so many Jedi entered the system. Wonder why Unu hid it from us? Unu's will began to press down on them, and their thoughts turned back to Lobaka. After a few moments of searching, they found their friend, groggy and confused and barely conscious, down below Koribu's southern pole in the heart of the Chiss command group. Drugged, Zek said in their thoughts. Not surprising. Predictable, Jaina agreed, growing impatient. We'll have to move fast. Unu's will pressed down,
and their hands grew too heavy to lift their throttles. Their turn would come later, once the great swarm prepared the way. By the time the colony's command ship, an outdated Lancer-class frigate operated by the Unu, appeared, the Dart ships were closing with the cruiser escorts. Jaina's and Zek's tactical displays turned white with propellant trails and did not darken again. The Chiss escorts flickered and vanished one after the other, and the Killik barrage fell on the cruisers themselves. Both vessels lost shields within seconds and withdrew under fire. The lead cruiser took a drive hit and was overtaken. Its turbo lasers continued to fire for another few seconds, then it suffered a hull breach and began to belch flame. Once its weapons had fallen silent, the great swarm stopped attacking and streamed after the surviving cruiser. The Hapen squadron started to follow, moving to secure the hole the Killiks had opened in the enemy's lines, but Jaina and Zek were in no mood to wait. They needed to retrieve Lobaka before the Chiss withdrew to Ascendancy space. Unu's will grew lighter, and Jaina and Zek shot past the nearest Hapen Nova, passing so close to the bow that they saw the bridge pilots squinting at the shadowy silhouettes of their stealth X's. The passage opened into a murky vault too large for Mara's helmet lamp to illuminate. The beam merely reached into the darkness and vanished. She shined the light at her feet and found a dark, ribbed slope strewn with membrosia balls. In places, the balls were heaped a meter high. Her spine felt prickly and cold, but that was nothing new. Her danger sense had been on overload since the moment they entered the nest. Luke's blaster flashed behind her. A distant pew-pew sounded through Mara's helmet, suggesting that their air pressure had been restored to at least this part of the nest. A quick check of the heads-up display inside her faceplate confirmed her guess. At least my hisser's no problem now. Luke opened his faceplate and continued to fire. One less thing to worry about. Mara glanced back and found a wall of six-legged dart ship canopies scurrying up the passage. She used the force to shove all but one of the insects back down the passage, clogging the tunnel while Luke concentrated on the leader. Half a dozen shots later, the canopy finally cracked, and a blaster bolt burst the pilot's head. Mara allowed another Killik to come forward, and she and Luke repeated the maneuver once more before the insects in the back turned around and started down the tunnel. Time to go, Mara reported, still speaking over her suit comm. Trying to flank us again. Luke finished the insect they had isolated. Then they floated out into the weightless darkness. 15 meters in, Luke stopped and began to shine his helmet lamp around the chamber. Might be a good place to make a stand, he said. Room to maneuver. With the force, we'll have an agility advantage. Mara swept her own lamp around the vault. Once in a while, she glimpsed a stretch of shapeless wax or a few membrosia balls resting on a dark sloping wall. Otherwise, they seemed to be floating in empty air. Sounds good. Mara shined her light back into the passage from which they had come. She was surprised to find it completely empty. The dart ship pilots were nowhere in sight. Just one problem. Luke turned to look as well. Mara sensed him reaching into the force. Then he said, Han and Leia must be drawing them off. I think the Falcon is inside the nest. Mara equalized her suit pressure, then retracted her faceplate and nearly gagged on the cloying rankness of the air. You could have warned me, she complained. What is that smell? Maybe it's better not to know, Luke said. Something rotting, I think. And I thought Lizzle smelled bad. As Mara spoke, a ball of membrosia drifted past, falling at an angle toward her knees. In contrast to the clear amber syrup of the Lizzle and Yagoi nests, this liquid looked dark and muddy inside its wax container, with stringy clots of solids silhouetted in the glow of her helmet lamp. Mara looked up toward the ceiling and thought for a moment she was only looking at an area of burnished wax. Then, as her eyes grew more accustomed to what she was seeing, she began to make out several speeder-sized Killik heads. All were deep, dark blue, and all were facing a 2-meter tunnel opening. What in the blazes? Mara reached for her lightsaber. Queens? I don't think so, Luke said, sounding a little disgusted. Membrosia givers. Look at the other end. Mara ran her light along one of the Killik's bodies, past a thorax clamped to the ceiling by 6 tubular legs, running a hugely swollen abdomen. About the size of a bantha, it was oozing cloudy beads of dark membrosia and crawling with tiny Gorog attendants, which carefully slurped up each drop and redeposited it in a waxy ball extruded from their own abdomens. Appetizing, Mara commented dryly. Neither the membrosia givers or their attendants seemed inclined to attack, no doubt because they were entirely lacking in combat ability. What now? Start back? As Mara asked this, a Lima Rar appeared in the tunnel above, still dressed in the skin-tight flight suit she had been wearing when she stole the skiff back on Ossus. Now the material was stained and rumpled in a way Alima would never have permitted before. The membrosia givers extended short feeding tubes and began to clack their mandibles for attention, but Alima ignored them. Sorry, she said to Mara. We can't let you leave. You can't let us? The sight of their betrayer made Mara's blood boil. She tried to remind herself that Alima was not entirely responsible for her actions, that the Twi'lek had unwittingly fallen under the Dark Nest influence, but it didn't make her feel any less angry. She pulled her lightsaber from its belt hook, then glanced toward the empty tunnel that led back toward the hangars. From where I stand, you're in no position to stop us. Alima gave a sly smile. We believe we are. A muffled rustling rolled up the tunnel, and a wall of Gorog warriors appeared in its mouth. Though they lacked the canopies that had protected the dart ship pilots, they were much larger and armed with both tridents and electrobolt assault rifles. The rifles, Mara knew, were relatively feeble weapons, cheap and reliable but requiring 3 or 4 hits to take down most targets. Unfortunately, she did not think the Killiks were going to have any trouble massing their firepower. A shrill chorus of squeaking began to spread outward from the dark corners of the chamber, the sound of hundreds of Killik feet rushing across the sticky wax that lined the nest. Mara swept her helmet lamp over the walls and found them crawling with Gorog warriors, and the anger she felt toward Alima assumed an acid taint. Tell your masters they're about to wish they had died in the crash. Mara slipped a fresh power pack into her blaster pistol. We're coming for them. Alima smirked, and Gorog warriors began to pour out of the tunnel behind her. You will need more than lightsabers and blaster pistols, we think. The Falcon's darkened airlock slid silently open. The 4 YVH Bug Cruncher war droids, on loan from Tendrando Arms and specially programmed to Han specifications, jumped into the pitch-black hangar. Next went the 4 Jedi, Kip, Saba, Octaramus, and Kyle Katarn, in their combat-rated backsuits. Han was just glad he had convinced Meewall and Cockmane to help June and Tarfang guard the Falcon, or he and Leia, bringing up the rear in standard-issue EV suits, would have had to follow them too. I'm captain of the Millennium Falcon, Han grumbled into his faceplate. That used to mean something. A moment later, Leia took his wrist, and they jumped out of the airlock. She drew him along through the weightless darkness, using the Force to move them away from the Falcon so they would not need to activate their jet belts and make targets of themselves. To Han, it was like making his way through a cargo hold during an all-systems failure. He kept bumping into stuff, and stuff kept bumping into him. Finally, the YVHs gave an all-clear and activated their thrusters, briefly illuminating the airless flotsam-choked launching bay before they shot through a hole in the rear wall. Conversing through the Jedi battle meld, if at all, Kip and the other masters activated their green combat lamps and used the Force to pull themselves after the war droids. Leia drew Han by the wrist and followed. He felt like a little kid being dragged through a bad dream, what with all the loose bug heads and chunks of thorax chitin floating around. As they passed through the hole, Leia's helmet lamp came on. Han activated his own light and found himself in a small repair hangar. The YVHs led the way into a small utility tunnel filled with Gorog bodies. Most of the insects had burst eyes and dark strings of tissue extruding from the breathing spiracles on their thoraxes, signs of a quick but painful decompression death. Kip motioned the rescue party forward, then activated his belt thruster and led the way up the passage. Glad to finally be under his own power, Han started his own thrusters and followed at Leia's side. The accumulation of insect bodies grew thicker as they advanced, and soon the group almost seemed to be swimming through them. Han touched his helmet to Leia's so they could speak without breaking comm silence. Luke and Mara did all this? Kip seems to think so. Huh. Han started to wonder who might need rescuing more, the Skywalkers or the bugs. Nice of them to leave us a trail. They passed through the tattered remains of a hatch membrane and continued deeper into the twisting warrens of tunnels, following a steady trail of dead Gorog and gouged walls. Han began to think the Skywalkers had decided to hunt down Welk and Lomi Plo on their own. The rescue party came to another hatch, this one intact, and progress slowed to a crawl as the bug crunchers pushed through one by one. Kip and Octoramus continued to follow the droids, and suddenly the membrane grew bright with battle flashes. Enemy located, Bug 1 reported, terminating comm silence. Engaging now. Han armed the T-21 repeating blaster he had brought along as bug repellent, then started toward the membrane. Leia put out a hand to stop him. Not yet, she said over the comm. Kip's suit has been punctured. She did not need to explain further. With Kip's suit damaged, it would not be smart to draw more fire in the hatch's direction. Well, tell him to hurry up, Han said. My trigger finger is getting itchy. Leia's eyes slid away from Han's, looking past his shoulder back down the corridor. Then Saba's faceplate suddenly loomed up behind Leia's head, her pebbly lips broadening into a huge, fang-filled smile. It will not itch for long, this one thinks. Han spun around and his stomach sank. Dozens of dart ship canopies on legs were racing up the tunnel toward them. Han raised his T-21 and opened fire. One canopy shattered, but most of the bolts ricocheted off, melting holes into the walls and filling the passage with an ever-thickening cloud of ethmane vapor. Han slid over to stand shoulder to shoulder with Leia. Sweetheart, he lowered his arm and began to blast Killik legs. Did I ever tell you how much I hate bugs?
38. The Chiss were retreating in disarray, spiraling down below Koribu's south polar region in a tangled vortex of ion trails, lacing space behind them in a ragged net of turbo laser fire. Jaina and Zek spotted an opening and swung their stealth X's toward it. Before they could dart through, a pair of frigates managed to shift their fire and string the whole with streaks of energy. Jaina and Zek peeled away, the stealth X slave to Jaina's controls lagging half a second behind, silhouetted against the white backdrop of Koribu's south pole. They were visible to any sensor operator with a tracking telescope, and it would be folly to attempt a penetration when they had so clearly been spotted. If they wanted to reach Lobaka alive, they would have to try another approach. Not as disorganized as they look, Jaina observed. This is a show, Zek agreed. Jaina and Zek checked their tactical displays. The screen showed only the portion of the battle not hidden behind Koribu's mass. But what it did show clearly revealed the Chiss falling back in a crooked, disjointed line that was barely managing to stay ahead of the swarm's dart ships. A couple of frigates and light corvettes were blinking with damage, but most of the cruisers and all of the star destroyers and fighter carriers were safely below Koribu, milling about in the heart of the fleet. A Bothan fade, Jaina remarked. The Chiss probably have a different name for it, Zek pointed out. Probably, Jaina agreed. They swung around in a crooked, uneven curve, ducking behind blossoming turbo laser strikes and changing their approach frequently to throw off anyone trying to track them by sight. But Koribu's polar region was as vast as it was bright, and their stealth X's remained silhouetted against the whirling white clouds. We should warn Unu Thul, Zek suggested. Our help isn't wanted, Jaina replied. That fact made them feel sad and rejected and horribly, utterly alone. Our mission is to retrieve Lobaka and leave, Zek finished. But we're Jedi. Our first mission is to prevent a wider war, Jaina agreed. They were deliberating more than discussing, weighing both sides of the argument in a single shared mind, and an unhappy thought occurred to them. What if they did nothing? The great swarm would be destroyed, perhaps even the Hapen fleet, which was advancing behind the safety of the Killik dart ships. Without the means to defend the Karibu nests, the colony would be forced to abandon them, or to find a way to evacuate. In either case, the Chiss would no longer feel threatened, and a greater war would be averted. Unu Thul might be killed, Zek pointed out. Would the colony return to normal? Jaina wondered. Impossible to know. Impossible, Jaina agreed. But maybe not a bad thing. Jaina and Zek waited, expecting to feel Unu's will pressing down on them, driving them to act in the colony's best interest. But they were out of contact with the Tat mind, cut off from it by distance as well as by Unu's anger, and Unu Thul was too busy coordinating the overall battle to join their combat meld. Jaina and Zek's mind was their own, for now. A hole appeared in the turbo laser net, and they accelerated toward it, aiming for a quartet of tiny blue circles that their R9 units assured them was a cruiser's sublight drive. If they could sneak up close enough, they could slip into the heart of the Chiss fleet by hiding near its exhaust nozzles, where the glare would blind anyone peering in their direction. This feels wrong, Zek said, like we're betraying the colony. And Unu Thul, Jaina added. But we're Jedi. Jedi do what is necessary, Zek agreed, to prevent war, to keep the peace. The cruiser was so close now that they could see the boxy outline of its engine skirt enclosing the bright discs of its 4 huge thrust nozzles. Turbo laser beams stabbed out all around them, but never close enough to suggest that the stealth X's had been spotted again. Jaina and Zek continued to close the distance. Then another unhappy thought occurred to them. Welk, if Unu Thul dies, the possibility is almost too terrible to consider. If Unu Thul died, Welk, or Lomi Plo, if she had survived, might become the new Prime Unu. They did not know what that would mean for the colony, but it would certainly be bad for the rest of the galaxy. The Dark Jedi would use the Killiks for their own ends, perhaps even to draw the entire galaxy into a single collective mind. Need to protect Unu Thul, Zek concluded. Better warn him. Jaina and Zek were relieved. It was what they had wanted anyway. Maybe they had even convinced themselves it was the best thing when it was not, but their mind was made up. They reached out to Unu Thul in the Force, urging him to open himself to their combat meld. Unu's will pressed down on them. Suddenly, rescuing Lobaka seemed more important than stopping the colony's attack. If Jaina and Zek did not rescue their friend quickly, he would perish along with his captors when the Great Swarm destroyed the Chiss fleet. Jaina and Zek pushed back, but, being out of touch with the Tat mind, they had no way to explain the Chiss trap. All they could do was pour their alarm into the Force and urge Unu Thul to join the combat meld. Unu's will grew heavier, and they began to believe it was not so important to reach Unu Thul after all. Afraid we're trying to trick them again, Zek surmised. Only the knowledge that Unu was wrong gave them the strength to resist, to continue reaching into the Force. Finally, someone reached back. But it was Jaina's mother, not Unu Thul. Jaina and Zek stretched out toward her, inviting her into their combat meld, and the situation grew a little clearer. Leia and the others were under attack. An image of dozens of blue-black Killik soldiers appeared inside their mind, swarming up a dark tunnel, pouring electrobolt fire toward them. Jaina and Zek were alarmed, but Leia did not seem frightened or worried. Why should she be? She and Han had been trapped in worse situations 100 times. Now Jaina and Zek were really worried and confused. They did not know of any blue-black Killiks in the Karibu system, nor of any nest with such gloomy walls. Kerr, Leia explained. Secret nest. A nest could not be secret. Unu would know about it. Welk, Leia reminded them. Saba? Now Jaina and Zek understood. Every time they had tried to investigate the assault on Saba, the Tat, and later Unu Thul, had turned them aside. The Barabel had mistakenly attacked a joiner, it was claimed, or she fought a Chiss assassin. Perhaps Unu Thul had been attempting to hide the secret nest all along, or maybe he just did not want to believe it existed. Either way, the situation was worse than Jaina and Zek had realized. They wanted to go to Kerr to help Leia and the others, but if Unu Thul died, the Dark Jedi could be close by, waiting to take over. Leia seemed to understand. She was already withdrawing from the meld, urging them to be careful, assuring them that Luke and the other masters had things well in hand on Kerr. When she was gone, Jaina and Zek still felt no hint of Unu Thul. Have to do this the hard way, Jaina said. Go back and make contact with Tat, Zek agreed. Then the colony will know what we're thinking. Jaina and Zek hesitated. Unu's will was a bantha sitting on their shoulders, pushing them toward Lobaka, toward the heart of the Chiss fleet. Loey can wait a few more minutes, Jaina said. We'll come back for him. Loey would understand, Zek agreed. Loey is a Jedi. Jaina and Zek rolled into simultaneous wingovers and reversed dire ion, pointing their noses back toward the great swarm. Unu's weight sank to their stick hands. Only one problem with this plan, Zek observed. Jaina could feel Zek fighting, as she was, to keep his controls dead center. Not really. Jaina released her stick. Sneaky, take us in. The astromech took control of the Stealth X, then chirped a question. To Unu's squadron. As Jaina spoke, Zek was giving the same orders to his own astromech. The Tat were flying escort for Unu Thul's flag frigate, so all the two Jedi needed to do was rejoin the swarm, and the Tat Mine would know everything they did. And that command is There is no need to desert our friend. Unu Thul's gravelly voice reverberated over their comm speakers, but when Jaina and Zek checked their reception meters, they discovered that their transceivers were not receiving a signal. We will listen to your plea, but Unu will never let you stay. You have betrayed the colony's trust. It's not about us. Jaina was not quite certain what form of reply Unu Thul could hear, so she simply spoke the words aloud. We need to warn you. You're flying into a trap, Zek added. They took control of their Stealth X's again, turned back toward the Chiss cruiser they hoped to use for cover. Lobaka would not have to wait after all. This is about you, Unu Thul insisted. You are trying to save the Chiss fleet. Again. We're trying to save you, Jaina replied. It's a Bothan fade, Zek added. The Chiss are drawing you into the open. You studied battle tactics on Yavin, Jaina said. You know what's going to happen when the fight moves beyond Koribu's gravity well. The boxy outline of the cruiser's engine skirt was again visible ahead. Unu Thul remained silent as the brilliant circles of the thrust nozzles continued to swell in front of the Stealth X's. Jaina and Zek began to hope that they had convinced Unu of the danger. Then Unu Thul said, It must be a coincidence. There were no Chiss in our tactics classes. Jaina and Zek knew better than to waste time pointing out the flaws in Unu's argument. Killick logic did not follow the same rules as that of most species. In fact, it did not follow rules at all. Instead, Jaina asked, "Can the colony really afford to take that chance? When the Great Swarm reaches Caribou's South Pole, take a minute to regroup," Zek suggested. "You remember what will happen if we're right." "Of course," Unu Thul said. "We have an excellent memory." The comm speakers fell silent, leaving Jaina and Zek feeling alone and shunned again. Worried their pleas would go unheeded, the first tendrils of the cruiser's exhaust tail began to lick at their forward shields. Jaina and Zek dropped below it and closed to within 300 meters of the ship's stern. Their canopy tinting darkened to solid black, and they flipped their bellies toward the ion stream to protect the delicate sensor windows on top of the Stealth X's nose cones. For the next 30 seconds, they remained on the fringes of the exhaust stream, following the cruiser toward the heart of the Chiss fleet. Jaina and Zek tried to keep an eye on their tactical displays, but the ion interference rendered their screens almost unreadable. To discern anything, the R9s had to use a complicated algorithm analysis to separate interference from true sensor returns. Jaina and Zek were beginning to think Unu had ignored their warning when the R9s announced that the Great Swarm had slowed. The eyes of the two Jedi Knights went to their tactical displays, desperately trying to infer a picture from the static on the screens. The astromechs reported that the Chiss retreat appeared to be growing even more disorganized. "Trying to tempt the enemy," Zek observed. "Hope Unu sees that too." To Sneaky, Jaina said, "Give us a simple schematic." Sneaky interrupted with a series of concerned tweets. Jaina looked out the canopy to see the cruiser swinging back toward Caribou. "Baiting the trap," Jaina observed. "With our camouflage," Zek complained. "Too many eyes watching now." "Better find something else to follow in," Jaina agreed. They dropped out of the exhaust stream. As their canopies grew transparent again, they found themselves surrounded by durasteel holes, ranging in apparent size from that of a finger to something closer to a Wookiee's arm. "Already deeper than we thought," Jaina observed. "Yeah," Zek agreed. The static began to clear from their tactical displays. But is that a good thing, or blossoms of turbo laser fire lit the space around them? Jaina and Zek surrendered their hands to the Force, and their Stealth X's began to weave and bob, swinging wide before a strike exploded in front of them, climbing away from a beam even as it lanced out behind them. Jaina's hand pushed the stick forward. The third Stealth X, the one slave to her controls, followed her into a dive and slammed into a blossom of fire behind her. Her R9 let out a sad whistle as it received the final data burst from its counterpart. Then Jaina jinked starboard and Zek juked port, and a trio of turbo laser strikes burst into a miniature sun between them. "Our boyfriend means business," Zek observed. "Don't know that's him. And it's old boyfriend." "Right. We're so over him." "We?" Jaina and Zek dropped the line of thought there. It was getting too creepy, with Zek sharing everything that Jaina still felt for Jag, and Jaina sharing everything that Zek still felt for her. And it didn't help matters that at the moment, Jag was doing his best to kill them both. "He's just following orders," Zek consoled. "He has to," Jaina agreed. "He's Chiss." They continued to dodge through the barrage, angling first one direction, then another, always working deeper into the fleet. Despite the loss of the third Stealth X, they could still rescue Lobaka. Zek's storage compartment was filled with oxygen tanks, and there was an air feed running into the empty torpedo bay below his seat. Unfortunately for Jaina, she was the only one small enough to fit inside. The Chiss brought more ships to bear, stringing kilometer-wide screens of crimson energy ahead of the Stealth X's, hoping the elusive starfighters would simply fly into a strike. Jaina and Zek rolled away from one beam and found another crossing their noses. Jaina pulled up hard, her astromech screeching alarms as the inertial compensators strained to keep the ship together. Zek dropped his nose and squeezed past underneath, his Stealth X shuddering and bouncing as its shields crackled and overloaded. Enough! To her droid, Jaina said, Sneaky, give us a 1-second fuse and drop a shadow bomb. Now! The droid tweeted its alarm, but obeyed. Jaina gave the bomb an aftward force shove, and a silver flash filled the space behind them. The shock wave hit an instant later, slamming both Stealth X's forward and pushing their tails down. Jaina and Zek did not right themselves. They simply poured on the power and shot away, doing anything they could to change course and location before the Chiss eyes tracking them recovered from the blinding flash of the shadow bomb. The Chiss brought even more turbo lasers to bear, but well behind and below the Stealth X's. Jaina and Zek were close enough now to feel Lobaka's presence aboard a heavily armored dreadnought escorting the flagship. They closed formation and swung toward it, then finally had time to check their tactical displays. Unu had listened to their warning. The great swarm remained at Koribu, spread out just beneath the southern pole, with the Hapens taking a supporting position behind the dart ships. Meanwhile, the Chiss had given up trying to draw the colony and were smoothly dispersing into their own defensive wall, 3 layers deep and just out of Hapen turbo laser range. Could have timed this better. Going to be as hot as a nova getting through that picket field, Zek agreed. The dreadnought's ion drives suddenly brightened. Then Jaina and Zek's hearts sank as the ship turned and accelerated away from the fleet. The Chiss were not fools. Having lost track of their quarry, they had decided to remove the bait. Could have timed this a lot better. Jaina's vision blurred with welling tears, and she and Zek reached out to Lobaka, trying to reach him through the stupor in which the captors were keeping him, trying to assure him that they would find him, urging him not to lose faith. They felt a question struggling toward the top of Lobaka's mind, then anger, then the dreadnought vanished into hyperspace, and they felt nothing at all. 39. The chamber was choked with dead Gorog, and still more came, pushing through the bodies and floating globules of gore to press their assault, their electrobolt rifles stringing the darkness with bright ropes of silver. Luke was tumbling through the rancid air, somersaulting over forks of crackling energy and spinning away from thrusting tridents, his lightsaber tracing a green cage around him as the blade moved smoothly from defense to offense, from diverting electrobolts to cleaving dark chitin. Mara was twisting along 3 meters behind him, connected by an invisible force tether, firing her blaster with one hand and wielding her lightsaber with the other. They were sinking deeper into a battle trance, becoming one with their weapons, becoming the hands of death, and drawing ever closer to Alima Rar. Luke felt the warm prickle of danger sense and glimpsed a large band of Gorog gliding through the bodies to his right, the electrodes of their rifles already charged and glowing. Still rolling and twisting, fighting off attacks from every direction, he pointed at one of the Membrosia givers on the ceiling and used the force to pull it down, legs flailing and chest booming, into the line of fire. Alima tried to wrench the creature free, but her grasp was no match for Luke's. The Membrosia giver remained in the thick of the battle, a shrill screech rising from its feeding tube, long gobs of Membrosia shooting from its abdomen. Alima spat a Twi'leki curse and ignited her lightsaber. Luke's chest tightened with cold anger. He had not thought her foolish enough to come for him, and he steeled himself to do what was necessary. But Alima went straight to the Membrosia giver, stunning Luke by sinking her lightsaber deep into the insect's thorax and dragging the blade along the insect's entire length. The 2 halves of the body drifted apart, and a deafening volley of electrobolt fire lit the darkness. The Skywalkers ducked away, Luke protecting them with his lightsaber, while Mara's blaster added more dead Killiks to the shell of bodies already shielding them. "Getting dangerous in here," Mara observed. "Looks like. Time to carry the fight to them." Mara stopped firing and reached for a fresh power pack. "Time to go after Welk." She slipped the pack into her blaster and resumed firing. And Lomi Plo. Luke risked a glance toward Alima, who was clearly in no hurry to engage the Skywalkers directly and was gliding back toward her tunnel. Hoping to wear us down, Mara observed. Luke shook his head. Protecting something. Or someone. Take her, Mara ordered through their force bond. I'll cover. Luke moved to intercept, no longer dodging or twisting, just shouldering past Killik corpses and going after Alima. He was shocked by her ruthlessness, but hardly surprised. The line she had crossed was an invisible one, a matter of degree and intention rather than principle. Had another Jedi Knight made a similar sacrifice pursuing a Jedi goal, Luke might have condoned the act, even tried to console the individual and reassure her that it had been the best choice available. And that made him wonder more than ever what the Jedi had become. A trio of Gorog warriors zeroed in on Luke, forcing him into somersaults until Mara took them out. He arrived at the cutoff point after Alima, but close on her heels, and she had to turn to face him. She showed no emotion on her face or in the Force, but she raised her lightsaber into middle guard, the best initial defense for an outmatched fighter. Luke continued to bat electrobolts aside, his lightsaber weaving a green cage around him, but he made no move to attack. Alima, this doesn't have to happen. You still have a home with us. Gorog persuaded you to betray the Jedi, but we can forgive you. Luke did not like what the war had done to the Jedi, what it had done to him, and he was determined to start undoing that right now. Alima, reach out to me. I can help you find the way back. I don't want to go back. Alima sprang, flying at Luke behind a whirling onslaught of slash and backslash. Stop interfering. Luke blocked and redirected her momentum, sending her tumbling into a body-choked darkness, and placing himself between her and the tunnel she had been guarding. He felt an inquiry from Mara, then glimpsed her pointing her blaster at the Twi'lek's back. He shook his head. Be quick. Mara broke their force tether, then launched herself into a wild gyre of sweeping blade light and flashing blaster fire. Luke could sense the rest for himself. Han and Leia were almost there, and they would not be so forgiving. He began to retreat toward the tunnel, weaving and dancing as the electrobolts flew thick and fast around him. Alima started after him and had to slow down to dodge and block herself. Alima, your anger has made you vulnerable, Luke said. Your sister's death made you angry, and the Gorog are using that anger to hold you. Numa was a warrior, Alima snarled, readily shifting topics, as Luke had known she would, to the stylopin wound of her sister's death. She would defend the colony. This time she came at Luke under control, combining the flashing blades of a speed attack with the diving stomp kicks of a power assault. He switched to a one-handed grasp, parrying her strikes with his own lightsaber, slipping her kicks with a death trunk twist, deflecting electrobolts with the palm of his free hand. Numa was wise. Luke continued to fall back, spinning around to slash open a pair of Gorog warriors foolish enough to charge him from behind. She would have been the first to warn you against your anger. Luke reached out for the Twi'lek, trying to embrace her in the Force and shield her from the Dark Nest touch. She would have been disappointed to see how you've surrendered to it. Alima was too far gone. She attacked all the more furiously, shrieking her grief and rage in Twi'leki, slashing low and high, kicking right and left, her words as hard and angry as her blows. Time and again, Luke forced her to leave her body open for a killing blow he did not want to deliver, and time and again she failed to notice his mercy and spun around in another wild attack. Then Luke felt an icy jolt of fear. He looked past Alima to see Gorog warriors closing on Mara from all sides, silver rays crackling at her so fast and furious she could not block them all. The first bolt burned a fist-sized hole in the thigh of her vac suit and filled the air with the stench of scorched durofiber. The second caught her in the chest, and Luke did not see the third. By then, he was diving forward, pressing the attack and forcing Alima back toward Mara. Suddenly, the Twi'lek stopped, determined to stand her ground. Luke tapped her lightsaber aside, then used the Force to pull her hand toward him, drawing her off balance onto his own weapon. Her eyes widened, and the blade sliced down through her clavicle, deep into her shoulder. Luke brought his boot up under her chin, snapping her head back, sending her arms flying out to the sides. She began to backflip away, her lightsaber slipping from her open fingers. Luke summoned the weapon into his empty hand and continued toward Mara, who had disappeared inside a knot of Gorog. Her weapons were still flashing inside the snarl, and her presence was burning hot in the Force, and that gave him hope. He reached out to Leia, urging her to hurry, then fell on the jumble, with both lightsabers whirling. The battle erupted into a tempest of hissing blades and shrieking blasters and crackling electrobolts. Luke opened a dozen thoraxes in a dozen strokes. Then his back spasmed with the paralyzing heat of an electrobolt strike. Mara fired from somewhere inside the tangle of limbs and mandibles, and the acrid stench of melted chitin rose behind him. Luke stretched out with the Force, dragging Killiks away from Mara, hurling them into their fellow warriors or impaling them on crooked forks of energy. Luke pulled himself toward a glimpse of red-gold hair, his lightsabers opening a path, filling the air with globules of insect gore. Twice, a mandible slipped through his defenses, one stabbing deep into his chest, the other slipping a barb inside the face opening of his helmet. Both times, he slashed off the attacker's head and moved on. Finally, Luke came to Mara's whirling figure. Her vac suit had been burned to tatters, and she had half a dozen black circles where electrobolts had hit her. A faint aura of gold had arisen around her, a sign she was drawing on the Force to keep her exhausted, wounded body going. Mara briefly locked gazes with Luke, then her green eyes slid away, looking overhead. Luke followed her line of sight and was surprised to see Alima Rar pulling herself into the tunnel mouth. Her left arm was floating at her side, a deep, gaping V, where she had been cleaved. Mara lowered her gaze again and continued her defensive whirl. She battled away an electrobolt, then groaned. "This isn't really taking the fight to them." "Not too late, though." Luke sent a flurry of electrobolts screaming back toward the Killiks that had fired them. "Got them overconfident now." "Better make it look good, then." Mara sent a dozen bolts screaming toward the Twi'lek. Luke did not see whether any hit. By then, the Gorog were pressing the attack again, and he was too busy defending himself and Mara to worry about Alima. Leia's arms had become dead weights 15 minutes into the fight, and she was able to wield her lightsaber now only by virtue of strength Saba was lending her through the Force. Han had run out of power packs. She had not noticed when, and traded his T-21 for a pair of captured assault rifles, which he had taken to firing one in each hand. The bug crunchers had taken so many hits that bugs 1 through 3 had exhausted their laminanium repair ingots. With the exception of Saba, who only seemed to grow quicker, stronger, and more joyful as the battle wore on, even the Jedi Masters were slowing, if the tattered condition of their combat vac-suits was any indication. And the Gorog just kept coming, blocking the way ahead, clattering out of side passages, rumbling up the tunnel behind the rescue team. A limitless swarm. "Han!" Leia's lightsaber swept down to divert an electrobolt streaking toward his knee, then swung up to block one coming at her own head. Her arms were so numb she did not even feel them move. "Do those bug crunchers have thermal detonators on them?"
"What do you think?"
"Use them."
"In here?"
The assault rifle in Han's left hand ran low on power and began to shoot sparks. He let it float free.
"That's crazy. If we blow a hole in this ice cube..."
"Use them!" Leia used the Force to pull a rifle out of a dead Gorog's hands and floated it up to the corridor to Han. "I don't think we're going to reach Luke and Mara in time. And we're not doing very
YVH bug crunchers,"
Han said over the combat channel.
"Go BAM. Use your detonators. BAM status requires authorization."
Do it! Han shouted so loudly that his voice reverberated out of 5 other helmets. Do it now! Authorization code, do it now, accepted, Bug 1 said. The soft crump of the droid's grenade launcher sounded from the head of the line. By any means, status. A brilliant flash lit the corridor, and the rest of the report was lost to an ear-splitting crackle of a thermal detonator. The rescue team surged forward into the crater, and Bug 4 called, Proceed with all haste. A soft crump sounded as the droid launched his detonator. Explosion imminent. Leia and the others barely had time to start forward before a brilliant flash filled the corridor behind them. Leaving Bug 4 to handle rear guard duty, they followed Kip and the other masters forward. Another crump sounded from the front of the line. Another detonator exploded. The tunnel behind them filled with Gorog, and Bug 4 launched a detonator. Blast! Saba shut down her lightsaber. Where is the fun in that? Moving much faster now, they passed through another crater and started around the next corner, then stopped short when a deafening storm of electrobolt fire sent Bug 1 tumbling back into the adjacent wall. His armor was blasted down to the frame, and his internal systems were hanging out, sparking and shooting green lubricant. Major enemy concede. He raised his arm, and the detonator floated out. D. E. His system shut down, leaving the detonator floating in front of him, its red warning light blinking the countdown. Misfire. Misfire. Bug 2 started toward the detonator. Please, Seek. Stand fast, Leia ordered. She raised her finger toward the detonator, but Saba or Kip or someone had already sent it sailing around the bend. It detonated with a brilliant flash, then Bug 2 led the charge forward. When the rescue team followed, they found themselves entering a vast, murky vault filled with Gorog warriors. Leia could sense Luke and Mara a dozen meters above, hidden in a tangle of insects so thick and large she could not see the glow of their lightsabers. How about it, Saba? Han asked. That enough fun for you? Before the Barabel could answer, some of the Gorog recovered their senses and fired a volley of electrobolts. Leia's lightsaber came up automatically, as did those of Kip, Saba, and the other masters. But there was just too many strikes to block. She took a scalding hit in the shoulder and heard Han curse as he took one. Then a pair of crumps sounded as Bug 2 and Bug 3 launched more detonators. Careful, Kip warned. Master Skywalker, the rest was lost to a pair of ear-splitting crackles, and Leia's sight flashed to white. The air shuddered as the bug crunchers opened up with their blaster cannons. By the time her vision cleared, both droids had activated their thrusters and were shooting toward the combat tangle above. Kip and the other masters were close on their heels. Leia looked over at Han. A hand-sized expanse of blistered flesh showed through a hole in the stomach of his vac-suit. You all right? He asked. Fine, Leia said. She started to remark that Han's wound looked worse than hers, but stopped when Jaina and Zek touched her through the battle meld, wondering what the blazes was happening and assuring her that help was coming. She grabbed Han's wrist. Han, there's something I should tell you. Now? He leaned down and kissed her on the lips. I love you too, but maybe not that. I mean, it's Jaina. She's on her way. Here? Good thing or bad thing? Leia could only shrug and shake her head. I'm pretty sure she and Jek are joiners. Han let his chin drop. Just shoot me. A volley of electrobolt fire crackled up the tunnel behind him. Bug 4 retreated around the corner, armor smoking, a deep melt crease along one side of his head. Okay, I didn't mean that. Han dropped one of his electrobolt rifles and grabbed Leia around the waist, then activated his belt thrusters. They jetted toward the combat above, plowing through an ever-thickening morass of blood globules and drifting bodies. The largest part of the Gorog swarm had turned to face Kip and the other masters, but Luke and Mara were still trapped a few meters above the main combat. their lightsabers weaving brilliant snakes of color as they spun and slashed and killed. Leia and Han were about halfway to the fight when she noticed that no Gorog were firing in their direction. Faced with a line of Jedi Masters and Bug Cruncher droids, apparently Leia and Han just did not seem like much of a threat. Leia hated being underestimated. That way! Leia reached across Han's face, pointing away from the battle at the angle. Flank 'em! I was just about to think of that. Han turned in the direction Leia had indicated, then dropped his second assault rifle and drew his trusty DL-44 blaster. Take the stick. Before Leia could ask for clarification, Han braced his blaster hand across his free arm and pointed the emitter nozzle at one of the Gorog attacking Luke and Mara. Are you crazy? Leia cried. You can't shoot into a hand-to-hand fight. No kidding, Han replied. I didn't know that. Leia grabbed Han in the Force and, as they continued to approach the battle, tried to steady him. He squeezed the trigger, and a bolt streaked up to blast a Gorog's head apart. He fired again, and an abdomen exploded. The third shot burned a hole through a warrior's thorax. Han began to fire more rapidly now, always aiming for the perimeter of the battle. The two masters used the Force to shove targets into his line of fire, and it was only a few seconds before the only Gorog between them and the Solos were dead ones. Han stopped firing and waved them down. Come on, let's get out. Luke and Mara shook their heads. They turned toward the ceiling and vanished into a tunnel surrounded by the 5 largest, ugliest Killiks Leia had ever seen. Hey, Han yelled, still trying to wave them back. The ship's this way. 40. Jaina and Zek knew they were getting close to the launching bay when the broken cylinders of derelict dart ships began to appear in the Ethmane fog. They could feel Leia and the other Jedi somewhere beyond, deep within Kur, awash in a battle whirl of anger and fear and pain. They followed the shaft around a bend, and in the fog below, saw the hazy star of a blasted-out launching bay. From inside came the silver flicker of a small arms barrage, punctuated at intervals by the brilliant burst of laser cannons. Jaina and Zek stretched with their Force awareness into the battle. They felt only 4 living presences aboard the Falcon, the Nogri and 2 others they did not recognize. As their stealth X's slipped through the entrance, forks of white energy began to crackle across their forward shields. Jaina and Zek activated their forward floodlights. The launching bay was filled with wrecked dart ships and drifting insect parts. In the heart of the carnage floated the Millennium Falcon, taking fire from dozens of positions concealed in the flotsam. Perhaps 24 insects in the chitin and insul fiber carapaces that served as Killik pressure suits had slipped inside the Falcon's shields. They were blasting it with electrobolts at point-blank range, melting fist-sized pits into the whole armor. Jaina and Zek paused, struggling to grasp what they saw. Despite what they had sensed from Leia through the Force, they still found it difficult to believe that a nest of Killiks would attack the Falcon without reason, and all too easy to believe that the Falcon might have provided a reason. Only the memory of the unprovoked attacks on the Shadow and Master Sabatine earlier, and of the illogical explanations provided by the colony, gave them the resolve to open fire. Their laser bolts were blindingly brilliant in such a narrow space, and their canopy flash tinting went to black. Jaina and Zek instinctively reached into the Force to locate their targets, but the only presences they felt were aboard the Falcon. They had to settle for counterfire, allowing their R9 units to control the laser cannons and target the source of each electrobolt. It took longer, but the result was the same. The positions in the flotsam fell silent, leaving only the Killiks on the Falcon's hull to contend with. Jaina and Zek sealed their vac suits and moved their stealth X's deeper into the launching bay. Before they could pop their canopies, the Falcon's rear cargo hatch opened and 2 Nogri in vac suits dropped out of the vessel with a pair of T-27 repeating blasters. The hatch closed behind them, and they turned in different directions, twisting and spinning like Jedi, working their way around the hull, burning the Killiks off the ship. As much as it pained Jaina and Zek to watch the deaths of so many kind, they had to admire the artistry. The Nogri had almost completed their hull cleaning when the Falcon's ion drives glowed to life. Jaina and Zek stretched their awareness into the ship again, trying to figure out why the two presences aboard would do such a thing. They did not like what they felt. Help! C-3PO's voice came over the emergency channel. This Ewok is a criminal. He has the death mark on 10 planets, and now he's attempting to steal. C-3PO's plea trailed off into a deep rumble as someone tripped his primary circuit breaker. The Falcon spun her bow toward the exit. Still fighting the Killiks, the Nogri were thrown from the hull and began to drift. Jaina swung her Stealth X in behind her father's beloved freighter and armed a proton torpedo. Zek began to wonder if that was not overkill. The specifications of the Falcon's military-grade shields rose to the top of their mind, and Zek understood. He armed a torpedo of his own. They activated their targeting computers. The Falcon stopped spinning, no doubt as target lock alarms filled the cockpit. A nervous Celestin voice came over the comm channel. This is J. June, second mate of the Millennium Falcon, requesting the two unseen craft to deselect us as targets. Jaina and Zek did not comply. The glow died from the Falcon's ion drives. This is J. June, second mate of the Millennium Falcon. C-3PO was mistaken. Our only intention was to move the ship out of the line. What the blowa is that? Jaina and Zek did not need to see past the Falcon to know what June was talking about. They could feel it in the growing pressure of Unu's will, in the growing weight inside them. The Falcon slipped away from the exit, exposing the old Lancer-class frigate now blocking the way outside. A small, well-armed launch was gliding silently through the jagged entrance, nosing aside ruined dart ships and tumbling pieces of Killik. Unu's will grew crushing, compelling Zek and Jaina to answer honestly, even before they sensed the question. Who did this? Mara and Luke were 10 meters down a sticky wax-lined tunnel, and every time Mara made the mistake of breathing, she came close to retching. The dank air stank worse than a sarlacc's belch, and cloying melange of decay, spice, and free ethmane. And the smell was only growing worse as they advanced. At least it keeps you from thinking about the burns, Luke said. Mara's awareness of her wounds, half a dozen aching circles where electrobolts had burned thumb-sized craters into her flesh, returned. She drew a little more of the force into herself, using it to reinvigorate exhausted muscles, to keep her pain-crippled body functional. That's what I love about you, farm boy, she said. I always look on the bright side? Not really. You always know how to make a girl feel better. The tunnel finally opened into a large vault, where the air was so humid and hot that their faces grew instantly moist. An eerie whine permeated the chamber, barely loud enough to hear above the pounding of her own heart, and the force grew heavy with the pain of the nearly dead. Mara followed Luke into the vault, and suddenly she forgot the eerie sound, the horrible smell, and even her own fiery pain. The entire chamber was lined with large hexagonal cells, some sealed with wax cap, some containing a paralyzed Chiss captive curled around a Gorog larva. Many of the prisoners were dead, and mostly devoured, with the barbed mandibles of a nearly developed larva protruding half a meter above the cell walls. Just as many remained alive, groaning weakly as larvae gnawed at their immobile bodies. I'm beginning to understand the Chiss point of view, Luke said. I wonder if Raynar knows about this. Maybe on some. Mara's neck prickled with cold, and she spun around to find the wrong end of an electrobolt rifle illuminated in her lamp beam. Behind it, sighting down the stock, was a blue face framed by a pair of Twi'lek Leku. Rather than taking half a second to ignite her lightsaber and another half a second to block, Mara pointed and released the force energy she had been using to keep herself going. Her body erupted into pain and muscle tremors, but blue lightning shot from her fingertips and blasted the rifle, driving the stock back into the Twi'lek's mangled shoulder and crackling deep into the wound. Alima cried out and let the weapon slip from her hands, then went limp and floated away into the darkness. Mara felt a hint of uneasiness in Luke. "What?" "Nothing," Luke replied. "Just thinking." Luke's lightsaber crackled to life and droned past Mara's ear, blocking what sounded more like blaster fire than another electrobolt. She sensed a second attack coming and activated her own blade, sweeping it behind Luke's to bat away another string of bolts. The blaster fire fell silent, but not before Mara could swing her helmet lamp toward its source. She glimpsed a hump-shouldered man with a half-melted face and one chitinous insect arm grafted to his shoulder. Then he slipped out of the light. "Force lightning?" The man's voice was raspy and sharp. "We had thought Skywalker's Jedi considered themselves above that." "We make exceptions." Again, Mara sensed a certain apprehension in Luke. She ignored it and swung her helmet lamp toward the voice, and again the dark figure slipped out of the light. "Especially in your case, Welk." As Mara spoke, she and Luke moved apart, positioning themselves just within each other's reach, where they could still take advantage of overlapping fields of defense. A soft flutter sounded above Mara's head. "Hear that?" Mara asked. "What?" "I was afraid you didn't." Mara reached out in the Force, but felt only a shadowy sense of danger, so vague and ambiguous she could have been imagining it. "There's something flying around over here." "Welk?" Luke asked. A string of blaster bolts erupted from Luke's other side, directly opposite the fluttering. He brought his lightsaber around and sent the bolts tearing back toward the source. "I don't think so," Mara concluded. She brought her own blade up, slashing through the darkness above her head, finding only dank air. Another flutter sounded behind her. She spun to attack and suddenly found herself in the forced grasp of someone else, twirling across the room and accelerating. Mara reached out, searching for her attacker. She felt only the horror and anguish that permeated the entire room. She came to the wall, and a piercing agony blossomed low in her back. She looked around to find 10 centimeters of mandible tip protruding from her abdomen, and the pain spread across her entire belly. "Rotter!" The second mandible closed, driving a pair of barbs deep into the flesh above her hip. "That hurts." Mara reversed her grip on her lightsaber, and a flutter arose in the darkness at her side. Suddenly, the handle grew stinging cold, and the blade started to sputter, flicker, and fade. Mara attacked anyway. The blade sank 2 centimeters and sizzled out. The larva began to shake its head back and forth, its mandibles tearing at her inside. "Mara!" Luke had activated his second lightsaber, the one he had taken from Alima earlier, and was advancing on Welk, batting the dark Jedi's blaster bolts back at him. "Need the spare? Fine here." Mara returned her useless weapon to its clip. "Just take care of Welk." Welk broke into an evasive tumble, firing as he moved and seldom going astray. Luke deflected a chain of bolts, but finished with his blades out of position and had a somersault away. Trying. Mara drew her blaster and put a bolt into the larva's head. It shook even harder, drawing an involuntary cry from her as a barb scraped something inside. She fired a second time, then heard a soft throb in front of her and brought her weapon around. The handle grew icy cold. Then a depletion alarm sounded. When she squeezed the trigger, she heard only the soft pop of a gas charge moving into the exciter chamber. "Neat trick," she said to the darkness. "It isn't going to save you." The air pulsed above Mara's left shoulder. She swung her helmet lamp toward the sound and, as always, saw nothing. Then a prickle of danger sense raced up her spine, and she looked in the opposite direction. Gliding out of the darkness, just at the end of her light, was a meter-high Gorog with thick chitin armor and overlong mandibles. Even had she not seen the splint fused to its broken leg, Mara would have known that this was the assassin she had fought on Ossus. Much smaller than a typical Gorog warrior, it was coming at her in a fury, mandibles clacking, thorax drumming, crooked proboscis foaming. Mara finally hesitated, confused, unsure, angry. The nest would be reaching out to Ben now, using the Force to share all that was happening here, to make him feel every Gorog death. A puff of dank air brushed Mara's face. Her helmet grew biting cold, and the lamp dimmed to darkness. Then a soft "phoot" sounded from the direction of the approaching assassin bug. A glob of caustic-smelling acid hit the front of her ragged back suit, and her flesh erupted in a new kind of burning. Ben would have to get over it. Opening herself completely to the Force, using her resolve to draw it in, Mara lifted her hand toward the assassin bug and squeezed. It popped, with a long, sharp crackle and the rotten smell of dissipating methane. A pair of blue bolts flashed up from Welk's direction and streaked into the smashed body. Mara had just enough time to push out with the Force and create a small bubble of protection before the assassin bug exploded. In the orange light, floating just beyond arm's reach, she glimpsed a pale oval with little to suggest a face, only a few dark areas where there might have been a mouth and a nose and eyes. Mara swung her hand toward it, but the blast light faded, and the apparition was gone. Luke barely felt the heat of the explosion, but the shock wave sent him cartwheeling into the darkness. He kept his helmet lamp fixed on Welk's tumbling form and brought himself to a halt a few meters away. Welk slammed into a sealed cell and crashed through the wax cap. Luke force-plucked the blaster from Welk's hand and started toward him. He could feel that Mara was wounded, but at the moment no longer under attack. The best thing he could do was keep the enemy too busy to worry about her, at least until Han and Leia arrived with the rest of the team. Luke was still 5 meters away when Welk pulled his twisted body free of the cell. His black armor was smeared in yellow pulp, and the lipless slash of his mouth hung agape with what was either fear or disdain. Luke reactivated his lightsabers. The soft whiffle of wings sounded to his right, and the air suddenly grew as thick and heavy as water. He twisted toward the noise, but his body seemed to move in slow motion, and by the time he turned, there was nothing to see but darkness. A crimson blade ignited a few meters away, and Luke knew Welk was coming. He brought his lightsabers around in a crossguard and looked back toward the attack. Again, his actions seemed to take forever, and the glow of the crimson blade drew within striking range long before Luke was ready to defend. The fight was about to get interesting. Luke extended himself toward the glow, slamming his Force presence into Welk. It was like trying to push Koribu out of orbit. Welk continued to come, bringing his blade around in a brazen, full-reach attack. Luke didn't even try to block. The Dark Jedi was strong, even stronger than Saba had said, but great strength was like great power. It seduced those who had it, lulled them into relying on might when other tools were better. Luke reversed tactics, pulling his attacker toward him. Welk tumbled forward, his hoarse voice croaking in alarm, his scarred face dropping toward Alima's silver blade. The low throb of wings sounded overhead, and the hilt of Alima's lightsaber grew painfully cold as the thing causing the sound, he wondered if that could be Lomi Plo, drained the energy from its power cell. The blade sputtered and died. Welk slammed into Luke head first, sending them both into an uncontrolled tumble. The Dark Jedi's crimson blade flashed past Luke's leg and burned a gouge into his shin, sending a fiery shaft of pain straight to the heart. Luke righted himself, but he was still moving in slow motion, and Welk was already coming again. Luke reached out in the Force, bringing his thumb and forefinger together. Welk's lipless mouth fell open. Dire gurgling sounds began to rise from his throat. And then Luke remembered Alima's sacrifice of the Membrosia giver. Had he grown that casual about killing? So accustomed to the power he wielded that he would use it to kill when he had other means to defend himself. Luke opened his fingers and released Welk. The Dark Jedi's breathing returned to normal, but he stopped where he was, rubbing his throat and eyeing Luke in suspicion. Skywalker! Mara's voice was a screech in the Force, but when she spoke aloud, it sounded weak and pained. Are you crazy? Finish him! Not that way, Luke answered. The Force may have no light or dark side, but we do. We must choose. Right now? Especially now. Luke caught Welk's gaze, then, still moving slowly, raised his remaining lightsaber to high guard. Are you ready, son? We are not your son. The Dark Jedi sailed forward, bristling at the condescension, striking at the flank Luke had left open. Moving even slower than was necessary, Luke pulled his guard around and rotated away. A soft flutter sounded behind him. The hilt of his lightsaber grew cold, as Alima's had a moment earlier, and the blade died. By then, Luke had already released the weapon and accelerated to his best speed, slipping forward even as he twisted away from the attack. The sudden speed change caught Welk by surprise. Luke trapped the Dark Jedi's wrist in an X-block and continued to pivot smoothly away, forcing his hands into a tight circle and driving the lightsaber back into Welk's stomach in one not-so-fast motion. Welk let out a blood-curdling scream and tried to deactivate the lightsaber, but Luke had his hand over the switch, and now he was the strong one. He wrenched the handle free and ripped the blade out of the Dark Jedi's side, then turned to face the attack he felt certain would be coming from Lomi Plo, and went spinning out of control when the air suddenly grew light and thin again, and he could once more move at normal speed. Luke saw the wall flashing past, coming up fast, barbed mandibles protruding where he was about to hit. He deactivated the lightsaber, then reached out in the Force and jerked the larva from its cell, slammed into it in midair, and tumbled off in a new direction. This time he managed to stop himself before he hit another wall. He reignited Welk's lightsaber and spun around with the crimson blade swinging, then felt a jolt of alarm and sensed Mara approaching out of the darkness. Hey, it's me! Mara used the Force to push the weapon down. Don't you recognize your own wife anymore? Luke deactivated the blade. Sorry. Being careful to keep the beam below her chin so he didn't blind her, Luke turned his helmet lamp in Mara's direction. Her Force aura had subsided to a mere blush, and the charred circles on her body reminded him of how much his own electrobolt wounds ached. But it was the jagged, triangular puncture wound in her right abdomen that he found most alarming. About the size of 3 fingers bunched together, it was smeared with grime and oozing dark blood. How are you feeling? About as good as I look. As Mara spoke, her eyes were searching the darkness around them. But I'll last until we can find Alima. Any idea where she's? A series of dull thuds reverberated through the chamber, followed by the fading light and dying crackle of thermal detonators that had just discharged inside a wall across the chamber. An instant later, a pair of Han's YVH bug cruncher droids rode into the chamber on the blue-white tails of their propulsion thrusters and quickly swung toward the Skywalkers. Remain calm, one ordered in its ultra-deep, ultra-male voice. Remain stationary. Help is coming. 41. The bolt burns had been smeared with Bacta salve. The puncture wounds were covered with active bandages on both sides, and there was enough stericline in the air to disinfect half the nest. All that could be done in the field, Leia had done, and still she did not like how her sister-in-law looked. Mara had an ashy complexion and a hint of blue in her lips, and her eyes were so sunken they looked like crash craters. We'll get you to the Falcon soon, Leia said. They were back in the Membrosia chamber, where the worst of the battle had taken place, waiting for a pair of fresh vac suits for Mara and Luke. Bug 4 should be returning any time now. No hurry. Mara squeezed Leia's hand. I've been hit worse than this.
It's not you she's worried about,
Han said.
If I don't get out of this place soon.
Han let his sentence trail off, and Leia turned to find him shining his helmet lamp into the haze-filled darkness. The beam extended only about 10 meters before terminating in a wall of floating Gorog corpses. What, Han?
I don't know.
Han pointed into the carnage, then swung his helmet lamp away to reveal a faint golden glow snaking through the corpses and floating blood globules.
Trouble, maybe.
Leia reached out in the Force and felt a swarm of Killiks approaching in the company of 3 joiners. It's Jaina and Zek, she said. With Raynar.
Like I said, trouble.
The golden glow resolved itself into a line of shine balls being carried by a long column of Killiks in chitinous pressure suits of many different configurations. At the head of the procession came the hulking form of Raynar Thule, his vac-suit helmet tucked under one arm, his scar-frozen face, red with fury. Half a meter behind, Jaina and Zek followed, looking more nervous than angry. Leia waited as they approached, then bowed to Raynar. Unu Thule, I'm sorry we must meet.
So are we,
Raynar said. The battle-pitted form of Bug 4 drifted out from among the mass of Unu following him. The droid's photoreceptors were dark, the seams of his body shell were smeared with soot, and he was surrounded by the acrid stink of scorched circuits.
Your droid murdered Unu.
Giving Leia no chance to respond, Raynar floated around her to the sides of Luke and Mara, and several hand-sized Killik healers poked their tiny heads up past the collar of his pressure suit. Leia started to go after him, but was stopped by a gentle Force tug. Wait with us, Jaina said from behind Leia. Trying to explain now will only make Unu angrier. Thank you for the advice. Leia turned to face Jaina and caught the flash of several tiny eyes peering out from her collar, too. Looks crowded in there. Jaina stared into Leia's eyes. Not really. It grows on you, Zek said. He reached over and rubbed the backs of his fingers down Jaina's cheek. To tell the truth, we kinda like it, Jaina added. Oh, Leia said. I would have thought that all that creeping inside your suit would feel uncomfortable. Jaina and Zek shook their heads in unison. Not at all, Jaina said. It makes us feel whole, Zek added. The trio spent an awkward moment looking at each other, Jaina and Zek softly humming and clicking to themselves, Leia hiding her feelings behind a polite smile. Though she had already sensed in the Force what had become of her daughter and Zek, actually seeing them behave like joiners was almost more than she could bear. Her heart was dropping with every beat. Finally, Jaina asked, What are you doing here, Mother? Little Killik healers began to crawl out of her suit and launch themselves into the darkness. We thought you were going to open negotiations with the Chiss. I had another idea, Leia said. One that might actually work. Jaina and Zek waited patiently for her to elaborate. There's no sense in explaining it twice, Leia said. Let's wait until Unu Thule is available. A hurt look came to the faces of Jaina and Zek. Leia felt a pang of regret, but she did not apologize. Too much depended on her plan, and she could not risk having the pair speak against it before she had a chance to present it to Raynar. What about Dad? Jaina asked quietly. She glanced toward Han, who remained with Luke and Mara but was looking over at his daughter and Zek. Is he still going to cut our tether for staying? It may take some time for your father to accept this, Leia said. He still has nightmares about whatever happened to him after that misunderstanding with the Kamarians. We're not Kamarians, Jaina objected. Zek absent-mindedly rubbed his forearm along the back of her neck, and Han made a sour face and looked away. We're still his daughter, Just give your father some time, Leia said. She did not know how to explain, without offending Jaina and Zek, what she knew in her heart, that Han was not as disappointed with Jaina as he was angry in himself, that he blamed himself for not protecting her from what she had become. This is going to be hard for him. It will be hard on us all, we think, Zek said. Raynar slipped away from Luke and Mara, who were now crawling with Killik healers, and returned to Leia. He fixed his gaze on her, and suddenly her vision darkened around the edges. His blue eyes seemed the only lights in the chamber, and she felt an enormous, murky presence pressing down on her inside. Now you can explain this slaughter, Princess Leia, Raynar said. Why did the Jedi kill all these kind? Quite simply, we had no choice, Leia said. They were attacking Luke and Mara. This drew a round of suit-muffled chest pulsing from the entourage of Unu. Strange, Raynar said. This does not look like the Skywalker's nest. Are you sure they were not the ones attacking? It's complicated. Leia started to suggest they come back to that in a moment, but the presence in her chest grew heavy, and she found herself explaining more about the mission than might have been wise. This nest was drawing the colony into a devastating war. We hope to undermine their influence so you would consider our peace plan. Han's jaw fell. Leia, how about a little tact? We prefer her candor, Raynar growled. His burning eyes continued to hold Leia's gaze. But this slaughter was pointless. Eliminating this nest can only turn us against your plan. Unfortunately, we had no choice. By the sound of Luke's voice, Leia remained unable to see anything but Raynar's eyes. He was floating over to insert himself into the conversation. They were trying to eliminate us. It was self-defense. Self-defense? Raynar sounded outraged. The kind fight only when they are attacked. Yeah? Han said. You're a lot like the Chiss that way. Raynar turned to glare at Han. Leia's vision returned to normal, and she found Han sneering confidently back at Raynar, looking as though he were staring down an Aqualish bar brawler instead of the leader of an interstellar civilization. Leia slipped between the two. Let me show you something. She addressed herself not only to Raynar, but to the entire Unu entourage. You need to understand something about this nest, and then we can talk about whether the colony truly wants peace. Without waiting for permission, Leia turned toward the ceiling, leading Raynar, Han, and the Unu through the body-filled darkness toward the nursery entrance. Luke and Mara, who had stopped using the Force to compensate for their injuries, remained behind at the insistence of the Killik healers, and Jaina and Zek stayed with them. Leia did not understand why, but there was a lot about her daughter and Zek that she did not understand right now. After a few moments, they reached the cave that Bugs 2 and 3 had blasted through the ceiling, and the smell of decay grew sickening. Kip and the other masters were inside the nursery gathering Chiss survivors and searching for Lomi Plo. So Leia opened herself to the battle meld and urged them to have the bug crunchers stand down. Bug crunchers? Raynar said. Leia was a little surprised, since she could not sense Raynar's presence in the meld, but Han was nonchalant. No offense, we had to call him something. Halfway through the cave, they found Saba waiting. Her vac suit and face scales were smeared with wax and offal from pulling Chiss out of lava cells, and the stench rising off her was enough to send a rustle of revulsion through the Unu. Saba allowed Raynar and the entourage to stare for a moment, then said, This one is sorry for the smell. The work here is messy. What is your work? Raynar asked. Saba looked to Leia before answering. It will be better if we just show you, Leia said, directing her comment more to Saba than Raynar. Any sign of Alima yet? None, Saba said. Perhaps she was disintegrated in a detonator explosion. Maybe. Having seen for herself how acute the Twi'lek's danger sense was, Leia had her doubts. What about Lomi Plo? Saba turned her palms up. Vanished. Lomi Plo is dead, Raynar said, as if by rote. She died in the crash. Saba glanced his way, gnashing her fangs, then looked back to Leia. You are sure about this? Leia nodded. Unu needs to see this. Silently, she added that it was still the only way to break the Dark Nest hold on the colony. Saba shrugged, then led Leia and the others into the darkness of the nursery. The air was hot and dank and so filled with the stench of decay that Raynar gulped, and the Unu rumbled their thoraxes. Kip and the rest of the rescue team were working along the far side of the chamber, the beams of their helmet lamps sweeping across the wall, but revealing little more than the hexagonal pattern of the nursery cells. A few meters in, Leia stopped and swung her helmet lamp toward the nearest wall. The beam illuminated the half-devoured corpse of a Chiss prisoner, still curled around a squirming Gorog larva. Raynar gasped, and the nearest Unu brought their mandibles together in shock. Han shined his helmet lamp on a second cell, and Saba a third, but those cells also contained the bodies of Chiss captives. What is this? Raynar demanded. Looks pretty clear to me, Han said. As more Unu poured into the room with their shine balls, the chamber brightened rapidly, and the true extent of the horror grew more apparent. Kinda makes a fella see how the Chiss might have a point, doesn't it? Raynar whirled on Han. You think we did this? Not you, exactly, Leia said, silently cursing Han's biting humor. The Dark Nest did it. The Gorog. Gorog. Raynar's gaze drifted back to the gruesome sight in the cells. What is this Dark Nest? This. Saba waved her arm at the murk around them. The nest that keeps attacking us. The one that has been feeding on Chiss captives. The one that made you build more nests at Koribu. Raynar glowered at the Barabel. The nest do not lead Unu. Unu leads the nests. Really? Leia cocked her brow. Then all this is Unu's doing? No. Raynar's voice grew sharp. When his entourage began to clack and drum, he added, This is not even a colony nest. We do not have a nest on Kerr. Han looked around pointedly. Funny. Looks a lot like that nursery on Julio, except for all the Chiss captives, of course. Actually, it can be a colony nest, Leia said to Raynar. And you wouldn't remember. This drew an even louder protest from the Killiks, but Leia spoke over it. Silgal thinks the Dark Nest serves as some sort of unconscious for the colony's collective mind. It would be able to influence the kind without you knowing, just as the unconscious mind of most species influences their behavior. Impossible, Raynar said far too quickly. There are no Gorog in the kind. How could the nest influence us? The same way you influenced Jaina and the others when you called them to help the colony, Leia replied. Through the Force. Raynar's voice grew soft. Through the Force. That's right, Leia said. The same way you convinced Tizar to visit Bornair trading. The same way you convinced Tahiri and Tekli to argue the colony's case for the Jedi Order. Raynar's eyes flared in understanding, but Unu's protest rose in a crescendo. He closed his eyes as though trying to concentrate, but Leia could see in the twitching muscles of his face some internal struggle, some insect argument she would never understand. She began to have the unpleasant feeling she was attempting the impossible. Leia glanced over at Saba and mouthed Welk's name. The Barabel's eyes narrowed, but she nodded and quickly slipped away. At last, the insect din quieted, and Raynar opened his eyes. Even if you are right about the Dark Nest, conquering is not our way, he said. The kind seek only to live in harmony with the song of the universe. Yeah, well, you don't have to conquer something to take it over, Han said, and the Dark Nest had more in it than just Killiks. I assume you remember the Dark Jedi? Leia pressed. Raynar fought them as a young man at Yavin 4, and Welk and Lomi Plo abandoned the strike team on Banu Ras. Raynar studied her for a moment. We remember. And you think... He let the sentence trail off as the Unu began to rustle and clack. Then his voice grew stubborn again. But you must be wrong. Welk and Lomi Plo died in the crash. Then who is this? Saba asked. She emerged from the shadows, dragging Welk's badly slashed body. He was still dressed in his chitin and plastoid armor, with a new insect arm grafted to his shoulder. His face looked even less human than Raynar's, but he clearly wasn't Chiss. Saba sent the corpse gliding toward Raynar's chest. Han waited until the thing hit, then said, He's got some pretty bad burn scars, but that tells you something right there. Once it was in front of him, Raynar seemed riveted by the corpse. His blue eyes slowly sliding back and forth beneath his scarred brow, his breath coming in ever raggeder rasps. Jason investigated the crash, Leia said. He saw you pull Welk and Lomi out of the flames. The Unu fell deathly quiet, and Raynar's gaze swung to Leia. Saw us? Through the Force, she clarified. Yes, we remember. Raynar nodded and closed his eyes. He was there, on the bridge, for just a moment. You saw Jason? Han gasped. That's impossible, Leia said. He would have had to reach across time. We saw Jason. He gave us the strength to continue, to pull them. Suddenly, Raynar stopped and turned toward the center of the nursery. Where is Lomi? He had barely asked the question when the Unu entourage began to disperse across the nursery, their shine balls illuminating the vault in a spray of whirling light. Where is Lomi? Raynar repeated. Relief washed over Leia. She had broken through to Raynar's memory. Then you recall saving her? We remember. She was afraid that the Yuuzhan Vong would find us again, or that Anakin would come looking for her, or Master Skywalker. She was afraid of many things. She wanted to hide. Well, Han said, that sure confirms Silgal's theory. What theory? The way Silgal sees it, when a Killik nest swallows up someone who's force sensitive, the nest takes on some of his personality. In your case, the Yagoi absorb the value you place on individual life, Leia said. They started to care for their feeble and provide for their starving, and it wasn't long before their success led to the creation of the Unu. That's much how we remember it, Raynar allowed, but it has nothing to do with the Gorog. You said you remember pulling Welk and Lomi Plo out of the fire, Han pointed out. But then they just disappeared. You said Lomi was afraid and wanted to hide, Leia added. That was what Yagoi absorbed from her. Isn't it possible that she also created a nest of her own? A nest hidden from everyone else? As Raynar considered this, the color seemed to drain from his face. We caused this? That's not what we're saying. Only that the Dark Nest is influencing. If we saved Lomi and Welk, we are responsible. An eerie tempest of clacking and muffled booming rolled through the nursery as the Unu again started to protest. Raynar turned from Leia and the others and slowly glided along the wall, peering into each cell as he passed and shaking his head in despair. If we saved Lomi and Welk, Han caught up and took Raynar by the arm. Look, kid, you couldn't have known. Amazingly, Raynar did not send Han tumbling across the room or silence him with a gesture or even pull away. He merely continued to float along, seemingly unaware of Han at all, staring into the cells. If we saved Lomi and Welk, We did this. You should get a medal for saving them, Han said. What happened later? That's not your fault. That got Raynar's attention. He stopped and turned to Han. This is not our fault? No way. All you did was save their lives. That doesn't make you responsible for what they did later. We are not responsible. Raynar's voice was filled with relief, and Unu's clacking died away. That's right. The spray of shineball light slowly began to contract back toward Raynar, and Leia felt Kip reaching out to her, demanding an explanation, but she could not sense what he wanted explained. Maybe this is a Chiss ruse, Raynar said, talking more to himself than Han now. It must have been a trick to convince the Jedi that the colony is in the wrong. Saba shined her helmet lamp onto one of the cells. To this one, it looks like the trick is on the Chiss. The Chiss are ruthless, Raynar said. There was an ominous note of insistence in his gravelly voice. They would sacrifice 1,000 of their own kind to turn the Jedi against us. That doesn't explain the Gorog that attacked us on the way in, Leia said. She was alarmed by how Raynar was trying to reshape reality, and how he seemed to be searching for a story that worked. They weren't Chiss, and neither are all these larvae. Yes, it was a very insidious plan, Raynar said. The Gorog must have been brain slaves. They were forced to fight and feed on Chiss volunteers. Perhaps, Leia allowed carefully. In a human mind, she could have called Raynar's thought process a psychotic break. In the collective mind of the colony, she didn't know what to make of it. But there is another explanation. The Chiss are creating Killik clones? Raynar asked. I don't think so, Leia said. The Unu entourage began to return, many of them drawing the helpless, wide-eyed forms of the Chiss survivors that the rescue team had been pulling out of the cells. Kip and the other masters were also approaching, pouring their displeasure into the battle meld. Saba reached out to them, urging them to stand by, assuring them Leia was in control. Thanks a lot, Leia thought. Do you remember what we were talking about? Leia asked, continuing to address Raynar. The Dark Nest? Of course. Our memory is excellent. Raynar's eyes turned bright and angry. Han said we're not responsible. That's right, Leia said. Her vision began to dim around the edges again, and the heavy presence she had experienced before returned to her chest. But that doesn't mean... The murky weight inside grew heavier, and Leia began to understand that Raynar had been damaged as much on the inside as on the outside. Hopelessly marooned, in unimaginable anguish, dependent on a bunch of insects. The shock had just been too much. Raynar had dissociated from the situation, literally becoming Unu Thul so he would not recall all the terrible things that had happened to Raynar Thul. We understand what not responsible means, Raynar said. It means that just because the Dark Nest exists, we are not the ones who created it. He pointed to the nearest captive, a frightened-looking male wearing black shreds of a CEDF gunnery officer's uniform. The Chiss did. The officer's face paled to ash, and his eyes grew even wider, the only signs of fear that his paralyzed body could still exhibit. What we do not understand, Raynar said, is the purpose of this nest. An unintelligible groan rose from the Chiss's throat, so weak and low that Leia took it to be more of a pained whimper than an attempt to speak. Tell us, Raynar commanded. The officer moaned again, but the noise sounded even less like words than before. We know you are lying. Raynar's tone was ominous, and the officer's face grew white. Do not insult us. I don't think he means to, Leia said. She felt certain that the officer had not said anything at all. Raynar's shattered psyche was just imposing its meaning on the Chiss's incoherent groans. I'm sure he doesn't even know that the Chiss created this nest. Raynar turned back to Leia. You are sure? Perhaps confident is a better word, Leia corrected. Again, the weight pressed down inside, and she knew she had to tell Raynar something he wished to hear, something that would make him agree to her plan. What if the Chiss didn't even know they created the Dark Nest? How could they create the Dark Nest without knowing it? Raynar's voice was doubtful. We don't see how that could work. By accident, Han said, picking up on Leia's plan. That's the only way it could happen. The Chiss would never intentionally do something like this to themselves, not even to volunteers. They have too many honor codes. That's right, Leia said. The weight inside was decreasing. Chiss society is defined by war. They're always fighting against the Vakari, against the Saruk, even each other. And the Koribu nests are filled with Chiss joiners. Saba let the statement hang, leaving it to her listeners to draw their own conclusions. Under normal circumstances, it would have been perfect persuasive technique. But with Raynar, Leia did not want to take any chances. There were too many dangerous turns available to his dissociative mind, especially a dissociative collective mind. Remember what Han said about Silgal's theory? Leia asked. She believes that when a Killik nest absorbs a Force-sensitive being, the nestmates assume a portion of that being's personality. When the Yagoi absorbed you, Han added, they started to value individual life. When they absorbed Lomi, Plo, and Welk, they assimilated the desire for secrecy and we are not responsible for the Dark Nest, Raynar protested. Lomi, Plo, and Welk died in the crash. That's right, Leia said, cringing inwardly. Welk and Lomi Plo died in the crash. It was growing more apparent that dragging Welk and Lomi Plo out of the burning flyer had been too much for Raynar to bear, that whenever he remembered it, he also remembered how much he had suffered, and all that he had lost by doing it. Leia continued, but the Yagoi absorbed your respect for living beings, and it wasn't long before their success led to the creation of the colony. That is how we remember it, Raynar agreed. But we do not see what that has to do with the Dark Nest. Everything. Saba waved her scaly arm at the nursery again. Look at how many Chiss joiners they had. Raynar's eyes brightened with anger. The kind are not cannibals. Our nest does not feed on our own joiners. Something happened in this nest, Saba pointed out. And the Chiss are bloodthirsty warriors, Leia added. It was a wild exaggeration, but one that Raynar would be eager to believe. Really, I'm surprised this hasn't happened to the other Koribu nests. This? Raynar shook his head. This could not happen to another nest of kind. It happened here, Saba pointed out. Maybe there's some sort of balance point, Han added, feigning contemplation. When a nest gets too many Chiss joiners. He let the sentence trail off and turned toward Raynar, his expression growing steadily more concerned. Raynar finished the thought. It becomes a dark nest? The Unu broke into a distressed drone, and he nodded. That could explain what happened here. The Chiss are great believers in secrecy, Saba offered helpfully. Yes. Raynar spoke with an air of certainty. The kind will take no more Chiss into our nests. That's one solution, Leia agreed. She caught Han's eye, and they shared one of those electric moments of connection that made her wonder if he was Force-sensitive after all. But what are you going to do with all your prisoners? A nervous clatter rose among the Unu, and Raynar asked, Prisoners? Chiss prisoners, Saba said. As the war spreads, you will have hundreds of thousands, millions. Only one thing to do. Han shook his head in mock regret. Of course, that'll only make the rest of the Chiss fight that much harder. Raynar turned to glare at Han. Leia found herself holding her breath, hoping she had not made a mistake reading Raynar's warped psyche, that he had not grown ruthless enough to accept Han's suggestion. At last, Raynar said, "The colony does not kill its prisoners." "No?" Han returned the glare for a moment, then shined his helmet lamp on the half-eaten body. "That'll change soon enough." The Unu entourage erupted into an angry buzz, but Raynar said nothing. "Maybe it will not be so bad for the colony," Saba said. She turned to address the Unu. "Soon, all your Nez will be like the Gorog. The kind will become great fighters." "We do not wish the kind to be great fighters," Raynar said. "We have seen what happens to great fighters. Anakin was a great fighter." A pang of grief struck Leia, but she forced herself to continue. "I'm sorry, Unu Thul. I don't see how you can avoid it." "Too bad there's going to be a war," Han said. "If there wasn't, the colony could set up some sort of buffer zone and keep the Chiss away from their nests." "That might work," Leia said. "But Koribu is too close to Chiss territory. The nests are bound to keep coming into contact with Chiss exploration and mining crews. Sooner or later, they'll reach the balance point." "Koribu is too close," Saba agreed. "The colony would have to move its Nez." "Impossible," Raynar said. "It cannot be done." "That's very unfortunate." Leia said this to the Unu entourage. "Because Han and I found this paradise world." "Several worlds, probably," Han added. "All empty, lush with foraging grounds, just waiting for a species to come along and claim them." The entourage began to rustle with interest. "Tell us more," Raynar said. "It's in a subsector on the edge of colony territory," Leia explained. "We didn't have time to do a complete survey, but the world we visited would be perfect for a Tat nest. There were at least 200 habitable planets in the same system, with another dozen systems nearby that gave every indication of being just as profuse." "We were thinking the colony would want to have a look," Han said. "But if you guys aren't interested, there are still plenty of displaced species in the Galactic Alliance." "We are interested," Raynar said. "We always have need of new territory." "Good," Leia said. "I'm sure the Chiss would be persuaded to stand down long enough for you to organize a relocation." The corner of Raynar's mouth turned down. "I've told you that is impossible. There's no way to transport the Koribu nests. They are too large." "Really?" Han flashed a smug smile, then asked, "So large they couldn't be temporarily rebuilt in the hangars and launching bays of, say, a few Hapen battle dragons?" Raynar's jaw dropped. "The Hapen fleet would help us escape the Chiss." "Sure, why not?" Han retorted. "That has to be easier than defending you." "And they would let us build nests in their battle dragons." "This one thinks they would," Saba hissed in amusement. "In fact, she is sure of it." The Unu thrummed their chest and tapped their mandibles for a long time. Then Raynar finally said, "We understand what you are doing. You're just as bad as Jaina was." "Was?" Han scowled and looked back toward the other room, the one he had departed without even greeting his daughter. "If you've—" "Relax, Han." Leia touched Jaina through the Force, then said, "She's fine. She's still with Luke and Mara." "Of course she is," Raynar said indignantly. "We meant that Jaina is no longer welcome in her nest." Han raised his brow. "I've been kicked out of a few saloons in my time, but a nest? What'd she do? She's too much like you. She is stubborn and tricky, and she cared about nothing but preventing war." "You don't say." Han smiled proudly, then asked, "Does this mean she'll stop being a bug hugger?" Raynar's eyes flashed in anger, and Leia began to have visions of her carefully crafted peace initiative falling apart. Han, remember, Unuthul hasn't agreed to our proposal yet. Well, he hasn't disagreed either. Han turned to Raynar. What's it gonna be, kid? A nasty war in a colony full of dark nests, or a free ride to a free world? The Unu erupted into a riot of chest drumming and antenna waving, but Han ignored them and kept his eye fixed on Raynar. The entourage kept the racket up for a few moments longer, then abruptly fell silent and began to stream out of the vault. Leia frowned. Are we to take that as a yes? Of course, Raynar said. He rubbed his arm down the antennae of a small, red-eyed killick about half the size of an Ewok, then turned and started after his nest. Wasn't it our idea? Epilogue. At the far end of the long, slanting cylinder of Spitcrete storage cells, a single tat was clinging to a patch of durasteel wall, peering out through the hold's lone observation bubble at the golden-ringed mass of the planet Koribu. With Kindle's decks shuddering beneath the power of her sublight drives and the departure alarms chiming over the intercom, the other members of the nest were perched atop the cell covers, thrumming a soft, mournful song that made the hair rise on the back of Han's neck. Enchanting song, Mara said, peering in through the hatch with Han, Luke, and Leia and several others. She was seated in a hover chair she probably did not need. The Killick healers had tended her goring wound so well that the Hapen surgeons had sent her straight to the Bacta ward. Between her own healing trances and the month she had spent in the tanks, the only signs that remained of the fight on Kerr were the dark circles beneath her eyes and general haggardness, both of which, according to Leia, had less to do with her injuries than with having to call so heavily on the Force to keep herself going during the battle. It's an ancient Killick tune that goes back to the creation of the Maw, C-3PO said. Hold on, Han said. The Killicks were there when the Maw was created. Of course, C-3PO said. According to their histories, they were the ones who built it. The Killicks, Ducat Gray gasped. He took an unconscious step away from the hatch. Truly? I wouldn't count on it, Leia said. Killick memories can be rather flexible. What about the song? Mara asked again. Can you translate, 3PO? Of course, C-3PO said. The air tides move us to a different place. The air? Not quite, 3PO, Jaina said. It's more like this, Zek added. Together they sang. The cold wind carries us far from our nest. The cold wind sweeps us where it may. Cold wind, bear us out of danger. Cold wind, carry us home again. An uneasy silence fell over the group. Then the underway alarms fell silent. Kindle gave a small jolt, and the bands of Koribu began to grow smaller as the fleet of the Defender Queen moved off. Han resisted the temptation to check on the Falcon's status. She was isolated in a capture hangar, safely secured alongside the Jedi Stealth X's and being guarded by 2 Nogri and the surviving pair of YVH droids. She would ride safely until the fleet reached the Killick's new home. Zek said, We are going to miss them. Them? Han asked. He recalled what Raynar had said about Jaina and Zek no longer being welcome in their nest. But the colony's attitude about a lot of things had softened in the last month, and Jaina and Zek had been spending most of their time with the Tat, helping build the temporary nest aboard Kindle. The rings of Karibu? The moons? The Tat, Dad, Jaina said. Our mission in the colony is over, Zek finished. No kidding. A smile as wide as a door crept across Han's mouth. Great. That's just... He felt his eyes growing watery, then threw his arms around Jaina and Zek and pulled them close so they would not think he was going to cry. I'm as happy as a Jawa in a junkyard. Dad, Jaina lifted her chin. You didn't let us finish. We're not coming home until... Zack let the sentence trail off when a Hapen adjutant appeared at the edge of the group with a portable holocom. Until what? Han demanded. Later. Jane nodded at the adjutant. I think this could be important. Indeed. Gray turned toward the adjutant with an air of expectation. Is the passenger aboard? The adjutant's reply was drowned out by a thundering Wookiee bellow. From the other end of the access corridor, Lobaka came bounding up the passage, his furry arms spread wide. Jaina and Zek started to race off to meet him, but stopped a step away to look back over their shoulders. Dad, about that until? Jaina said, smiling. Just forget it, Zek finished. Then Lobaka was on them, picking them up in his arms and complaining about the food in Chiss prisons. Once the noise had died down a bit, the adjutant said, Pardon me, Your Grace, but we're being hailed. Hailed? Gray repeated. Out here? By the Chiss, Your Grace. Ship to ship. Gray sighed. Very well. I'll take it in, I'm sorry. The adjutant looked as though he expected to be hit. But the aristocrat wishes to speak to Master Skywalker. Gray scowled at Luke, then swung his scowl over to the adjutant. What are you waiting for? The adjutant paled, then knelt in front of Luke and activated the holocom. The image of a Chiss about Han's age appeared above the pad. Aristocrat Formby, Luke said immediately. What a surprise. It shouldn't be, Formby retorted. Did you think Jagged Fell was overseeing this operation? Not really, Luke said. What can we do for you that we haven't already? Absolutely nothing, Formby declared. Commander Fell informs me that your sister was responsible for persuading the Killiks to depart Koribu. For negotiating a truce, Leia said, stepping into the holocam's view. The Chiss also made certain guarantees. Of course. A border guarantee and a promise of non-aggression. All Chiss doctrine anyway. Explicit guarantees nonetheless, Leia said. Noting that Koribu had now shrunk to a size such that the whole planet could be seen through the Tat's observation bubble, Han caught Leia's eye and made a winding motion with his finger. Leia nodded, then said, What is it you wish to say to me, Aristocrat? We have time before the fleet enters hyperspace, but we should be aware of it. Of course. Forgive me, Formby said. First, I wish to congratulate you on your success. Without your talents, I fear this matter would have come to war. Thank you, Aristocrat. But it took the involvement of a great number of people to resolve this conflict. Jagged Fell among them. Commander Fell will receive a promotion in recognition of his judgment here, Formby said. But it is you who deserves our thanks. You who have achieved peace in our time. The Jedi achieved peace, Aristocrat. I was just one of many who were involved. Koribu's bands were now a colorless mass, and its rings looked like tiny ears protruding from the fattest part of the sphere. And the second thing, we don't have much time. I wanted you to know that Commander Fell is responsible for the return of your Wookiee, Formby said. Had it not been for his objections, his very vigorous objections, the prisoner would have remained interned until we could be certain this peace is going to hold. Then it's a good thing you listened to Jag, Han said. Keeping the Wookiee would have been a bad mistake. Yes, so Commander Fell informed me, Formby replied calmly. Be that as it may, I thought you should know that Commander Fell guaranteed your Jedi Knight's parole personally. We don't expect to see any Jedi back in our neighborhood soon. But if Lobaka were to return, The Fell family would be responsible for repaying any damages he caused to the Ascendancy, and the Wookiee Jedi can cause quite a lot of damage if our prison ship is any example. That's very kind of Commander Fell, Leia said. Please thank him for us. Jaina and Zek appeared at Han's back. Lobaka was towering over them from behind, more of an appendix to their pair than a third member. Dad? Jaina whispered. We'd like to talk to Jag, Zek finished. Han cringed at the thought of Zek being a part of that particular conversation, but nodded and spoke into the holocom. Is Jag there? We have someone who wants to say thanks personally. Jaina, I presume. Without waiting for confirmation, Formby said, Let me check his availability. Formby turned and said something that they could not hear to someone they could not see. A moment later, Jagged Fell's rugged face replaced Formby's above the holopad. Han and the others stepped aside to let Jaina and Zek move into the holocam's field. Jaina? He frowned, a little confused, and his gaze reluctantly shifted to Zek. And Jedi Zek, I'd like to express my personal gratitude for everything you did, your efforts to avert the war. You owe us no thanks for that, Zek said. We were acting on everyone's behalf, Jaina said. Yes, of course. Jag's gaze drifted to Zek again, and he seemed even more uncertain of himself. Congratulations, then. You did it very well. Han glanced out the observation bubble and saw that Koribu had shrunk to a flattened silver disc about the size of his thumb. He leaned down next to Jaina's ear. Get to the point, he whispered. The jump is coming. Jaina and Zek nodded. Then Jaina said, Thanks for getting Lobaka released. We were worried that we might have to come break him out. So were we. Jagged's tone remained deadpan. I was not looking forward to that meeting. Neither were we, Zek said. But we do look forward to seeing you again sometime soon, Jaina said. Under better circumstances, Zek added. Both of you? Zek's gaze slipped back and forth between them. Yes, I will look forward to that. He glanced away, his scarred brow betraying his disappointment, or perhaps it was revulsion. Now, if you will excuse me, duty calls. Of course, Jaina said. We'll be entering hyperspace soon ourselves. May the Force be with you. And with you. Jag shifted his gaze to Zek. Both of you. The holocom blinked out. Then Jaina and Zek turned away, the same crestfallen expression on both their faces. A shudder ran down Han's spine, but he did his best to hide it. Kinda sticks in the old throat, doesn't it? He asked, flashing his best, crooked, fatherly smile. Like we're going to choke on it, Jaina answered. But we'll survive. Zek rubbed his forearm along Jaina's, and she began to make a low clicking sound in her throat. We have each other. Han had to look away. Koribu was a tiny oblong circle of light now, glinting in the light of its blue sun, and the Tat's song was growing more forlorn and haunting by the minute. It seemed to him that he could actually feel their sadness himself, and he wondered if this was what it was like to sense something in the Force, to know a thing more clearly in one's heart than in one's head. Zek and Lobaka stepped through the hatch into the temporary nest and began to rub their arms along Tat and Tenny. Jaina lingered behind. We think it will be better to say goodbye now, she explained. It will only be harder if we wait until they make the new nest. Go on, Han said. I don't have to watch. Jaina smiled and kissed him on the cheek, then followed Zek into the hold. Dukat Gray irritated Han by coming to stand behind him and Leia. For a few moments, the Hapan seemed content to simply watch the two Jedi saying goodbye to their nest. But then he finally decided to ruin the moment completely. Aristocra Formby may have been right about one thing, Princess. I find that hard to believe, Dukat, Leia said. But perhaps I'm mistaken? If you will forgive me for saying so, I think you are, Gray said. It is a pity you're not serving in the Galactic Alliance government. A diplomat of your talent and skill could be of great service to the new government. Thank you, Ducat, Leia said. Coming from you, that's a very informative suggestion. Gray beamed, and Han's heart fell. The time had finally come for him to stop being selfish, to suggest that Leia return to her first love. Listen, he said, I know you've missed being in the middle of things. Maybe yes, it's time for a change, Leia said, cutting him off. But not that way, Han. The last thing I want to do is join a government, the Galactic Alliance or anyone else's. Han began to grow confused. No? No, Leia said. I'm sick to death of compromising, of finding a workable solution instead of the right one. Okay, Han said cautiously. What do you have in mind? Following my heart for a change, Leia said. She turned to Luke. I've seen many changes in my life, and brought about most of them, Luke said. Perhaps, Leia said, and I've worn some very high titles. You deserved them, Han said, wondering where this was going. That wasn't what I was getting at. After all that I've seen and done, it always comes down to this. Leia pulled the lightsaber off her belt and hefted it in her palm. To one Jedi, to one blade, standing against the darkness. She turned to Han. I think it's time that I chose a new path. New path? Han asked, growing worried now. What do you mean, new path? I've loved being your co-pilot, really, Leia said. But the galaxy has changed. I need to change. Define change. Because if this is about the snoring, don't you dare stop that now. I wouldn't be able to sleep. Leia laughed, then turned to Luke. I'm beginning to understand the Jedi's place in the galaxy, to see my place in the Jedi. Luke smiled. You want to assume your place in the Order. Leia shook her head. No, I want to earn my place in the Order. She turned to Saba Sabatine, who had been standing at the back of the group in typical reptilian silence. I want to dedicate myself to becoming a proper Jedi. You are a proper Jedi, Saba said. You have done more for the galaxy than any 10 Jedi. You're not listening, Leia said. Diplomacy didn't stop this war. Jedi did. I want to complete my training, and I want you to be my guide. Saba's scaly brow rose almost as high as Han's, and Luke's, and Mara's. You want this one to guide you? Saba asked carefully. Leia nodded. If you would consider it. This one, Saba repeated. Yes, Leia repeated. I want someone who will challenge me in unexpected ways. I want someone who will teach me what I don't know. Saba's diamond-shaped pupils grew narrow as slits, and her forked tongue began to flick between her pebbly lips. She studied Leia for several moments more, then began to siss so hard she had to grab her sides. That is a good one, Princess. You really had this one. I'm not joking, Leia interrupted. Saba's hissing stopped. Truly? Leia nodded. Truly. Well then, Saba glanced at Han. It seems this one has no choice. Not really, Han said. And it's a lot better than the alternative. What alternative? Saba asked. Before Han could answer, the jump alarms chimed. A shudder ran through Kindle's decks. Then Koribu's distant pinpoint of light winked out of existence. The Tat's mournful song came to an abrupt end, and the velvet light outside the observation bubble paled to the colorless blur of hyperspace. End of Star Wars Dark Nest 1, The Joiner King by Troy Denning. Read
by Joe Underberg.